Oh no, you're on the. Well, you're not on the air yet, but we'll be on in like 2 minutes or so. Oh, now we are live. We are live on the air. Let me get your chair out and everything. Go set up the studio.
Yeah, I get my chair live from the border of San Diego and watch me
Yep,
watching my
there it
people
is.
run across the border.
Got his chair. Sign that someone made. There's the
Man, I've
sign.
lost my is it I don't know why my I don't know it's my internet. I just you keep cutting in and out. So I'm not sure
Oh,
if that's just
maybe
me.
I might just have my Yeah, I think my voice gate was just a little too high there. But it is August the 12th of 2022. We live in a banana republic, and the clothes are not as good as we're promised. But it is 9 o'clock on a Friday, which means, of course, it is Coast to Ghost. It's been 2 weeks. Various assortments of drug usage and early work had canceled the appearances in prior weeks. But we are here. So Ethan Ralph and is hosting a WrestleMania event. Andy Worski got a video of himself punching and training retweeted by Kissy, I guess.
KSI.
KSI. Oh, okay, KSI, and it has gone viral. Looks like Andy's gonna go to his big fight in 2 weeks and make a whole fuck ton of money. That which very good for him. And Ethan Ralph
Dude,
is
you know
going to
what happens
host
if he
a
wins?
wrestling, huh?
You know what's gonna happen if Andy wins? Like he'll go mainstream because of this.
I mean, I what
If
what
he knocks
is
him out in the first round. If he knocks him out in the first
what
round.
what is mainstream for a fighter? Because what like I don't know anything about boxing, right? Like, what's the size? Like, what like it
Well, he
matters
could
like
be
what your
like
weight is.
well that too, but also like he'll be like he won't be like a Canelo Alvarez type of famous or like
Okay,
a Oscar De La Hoya, but he'll be like a YouTube fan for a bit.
but like, isn't this just because that Jack Paul guy like did a bunch of boxing events that had a lot of people watching him, and like, let's be honest, not everyone is this dude.
But also like Jake Paul's kind of like he kind of knows his bit. He kind of knows how to work the business though.
Sure, he does, but
Kickboxing.
like you can't expect everyone to have like the same result. Like, oh, I'm gonna be like a mainstream fighter. I mean, like, how much do people really want to watch YouTube, stars get punched? I mean, like, some of these guys that are involved in this, they've got like 10 million followers on Twitter, and like, look, I like Andy. Andy's my boy, but he's got less than 50,000 followers. And yeah, he runs a popular internet show, but popular by this sector. Like
That's
what? Less than
popular and it's
3,000 people
dying, by
watch
the
it.
way. Remember, it's also dying.
Well, yeah, there's been trouble on the home front. I mean, yeah, this whole sector has just been like going down the tubes and fragmenting and segmenting. But yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, will I watch the fight? I'm gonna be honest, probably not. Like, boxing
Come
kind of bores me.
on.
Like, I don't know, boxing is just
Come on,
boring. Like,
come on.
seriously.
I'll get us a review copy. I will get us a review copy and we can watch it on Discord.
The Andy Worski and Salt Papa fight that's gonna happen on the 27th, I guess, is him and some like it's gonna be two internet dudes getting in the ring and fighting.
Ghost, I literally come back from vacation like around the time of the fight, so like we can get ourselves a review copy. We'll watch it, or maybe Andy will hook us up with a free pay-per-view.
I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't want to ask that. I mean, yeah, if I don't know. I mean, the honest truth, I really don't care about the fight. The results will be hilarious because on the one hand, if he wins, I mean, regardless if he wins or loses, he's gonna make a bunch of money. But if he wins, then he's gonna be riding high on that for like 6 months, and he's gonna
Well, it depends how he wins too, because if he knocks him out like in the first round, it's not 6 months of high and mighty. It's like a
But
year.
like, I've seen the posters. This dude isn't built like a brick shithouse. Like, I mean, if I not like Geeky, if you walked up to like a 14-year-old on a wrestling team and you knocked him out, as a grown man, like that's not that impressive. But these are two grown men in the ring. They're gonna be punching each other. But like, I mean, he's not going up to like, I don't know name a big fight, not a major fighter, but like you hope he loses because it'll be funnier to make fun of Andy in some way. Like that's the other side of this. Like if he loses, I mean, that's gonna be Ralph's content for 6 months. Like it's just gonna be like constantly.
But Andy still has the cell phone because remember it was supposed to be a Ralph and Andy boxing match.
Oh yeah, no. I mean,
then it went to Ralph and Boogie.
The way that Ralph weasels his way out of making money, just to not, I'm just like baffled by this because like if you get in the ring with Boogie. I mean, Boogie will just crawl up in the fetal position, and as long as he doesn't get on top of you, you'll probably win. That's about it. What does the guys look? Let me go see if I can find that poster. I might have one. What does he look like? He's got like a bowl cut, I think.
He's like kind of like the Portuguese looking Middle Eastern type, right? Like they're.
Think?
He's got a tan. He's got a tan, if I remember seeing correctly.
It should not be this hard to find this poster. That's what's baffling me. Come on, where is it? Apparently Keem was saying that the Salt Papa was gonna knock Andy the fuck out. And so then
does Keem and Andy get along though? Like outside of this?
I mean they get along enough that Keem's gonna help him make, like 10-20 grand on this fight.
I mean, Keem and Ralph are beefing, and Keem was like, "I'll put you on the boxing card."
Sure, but like, yeah, no, I guess. Hold on, why can't I not find
think about it. Money is like the best way to like solve a difference for just a little bit to make that both parties are willing. Keyword.
Okay, like I get it. Andy's willing to get in the ring, but like. Can't be the only guy. I mean, like it wouldn't be like yeah, fuck it. I'll fly out to wherever this is, and I'll go get in the ring with someone.
Come on, I mean, like if even like I know this would happen. If Baked like offered me like 10 grand to fight him, I'd be like, sure.
Would you fight Bake for 10 grand, right?
Yeah. I'd win probably because Bake is so drugged up that he wouldn't know what to do.
Can Baked fight? That's the real
He wouldn't pass
question.
the drug test though. Also,
Yeah.
can he fight though at 8?
Sorry, can he do what?
Can you fight if you're diagnosed with AIDS though? Or that's like
I think it's a health hazard.
because I think with hepatitis you can't.
Okay, I found it. He looks. I'm gonna post it in the Discord general.
Yeah,
Okay. So reference here. Oh, it's Salt Poppy. So the left guy is Salt Poppy and the right guy is Andy. Now, look,
Now I really want Andy to win with that name.
But like, he's like bursting out of that belt. I mean, like, I don't know. Yeah, right. He's fat. Wait, I mean, like,
gym at all.
He looks like a thin sumo wrestler. The guy on the left. Baked will fight for microwave SpaghettiOs. Probably Tickus. It looks like, no offense, but it looks like he's fighting a sumo wrestler that just got what's it called?
It just came out of the dojo.
No, like a sumo wrestler that just got the stuff where they suck the fat out of you.
The liposuction.
It looks like the guy looks like a sumo wrestler who just got a liposuction, and he's still fat. Like, well, he does. Like, unless someone's gonna convince me that that's all muscle, and that's not muscle. I mean, but judging by this poster they've got there, Andy's gonna whoop this guy's ass. Okay, because
yeah, he looks. I mean, to be fair, I mean this guy looks like a fat rice.
Yeah, a little bit, a little bit. Yeah. He's seen better days. I mean, yeah, no. Okay, look, I think if Andy like punches him too much and gets tired, and that guy falls on top of him, he might win by submission. But I don't think that's a legal boxing method.
Pin.
Can you pin in boxing?
No, it's a knockout or decision, or if you give up.
Okay. Well, if there's no pinning, then I think Andy's got this. I think he's just gotta not take any severe punches to the head and just control the fight. Yeah. I mean, if you're Andy, the one thing you want to do is go out there and knock this guy the fuck out in the first round. All right, he does have blubber arbor. That's how if he goes out and knocks him out of the first round, he can start fighting semi-professionally more comedy, because that's what they're looking for, right? For him to knock him the fuck out.
Yeah, he could fight Logan Paul after this if he wins.
I mean, let's maybe steps to that, right? Because then that guy got like 20 million followers or something. I mean, like there'll be others.
Logan's buying professionally to the WWE as well.
You know what this Logan guy should do? He should run a tournament of martial arts for boxing. You should have everyone, and at the end, they all get to fight him at the end, right? Do like a whole thing, build the Dragon Ball arena and everything, and just have everyone fight for the right to fight him. Just get all the YouTube boxers out there.
He's a modern day Hercule.
Yeah, no, exactly. Be Hercule, but actually be able to win a fight because people aren't shooting laser balls at each other. But Yellow Lantern. I see Yellow Lantern is here. I'm sure he has a lot to say about the Batgirl movie that was canceled. And honestly, like, I'm not one of those people that's right now, like, jumping up and down, like, yay, they canceled the Batgirl movie. I mean, I'm just kind of like, whatever.
Well,
I was probably not going to see
it. I'm glad you brought me on for that, to actually write a substack.
Well, DC fucked.
So, for those who don't know, this was a project that was announced. Warner Brothers have been planning to do one for a few years now, but never really found a vision to agreed upon, and this was in the context of the fledgling DC cinematic universe that was,
this was their plan, right? To pull it out from the abyss that was the Justice League movie, right? And
or
I've
No,
something
this is
like
a
this.
this is I think you can correct me if I'm wrong. This is where Flashpoint was supposed to save everything next year, but
Well,
now
or
that
something like in the sense of yeah. No, the problem I actually kind of wrote my Substack piece on just what kind of briefly summarized. So, as you guys know, 10 years ago, the final movie of the Dark Knight trilogy
The Dark
of
Knight
Batman,
Rises. Was it
yeah,
really 10
comes
years
out.
ago?
It really was. Yeah, we're
wow,
all
that means James Holmes has been in prison for 10 years. Then
ew, yeah,
That's
lots of stuff.
true.
A decade of, and so now the problem was is that DC never really established a true connected universe because the Marvel Cinematic Universe got its start really in 2007 with Iron Man, and they started linking all those films up with each other until they got the first Avengers movie in 2011. And so DC decided to try to play catch up with their heroes, and they decided to settle on Zack Snyder to be the not only the director of their Superman film, but also sort
Sort of
of the
Kevin
vision.
Feige kind of person, I
the
guess.
Yeah, the guy
Kevin
who
Feige,
Feige.
Feige, whatever. Yeah.
And I think a decade later, we can see the disastrous results from that.
Yeah,
And just
Zack Snyder
disappointing.
is really good at adaptation.
Yeah, but
Really, really good at direct adaptation. That's the nicest thing I can
I
say about him.
mean, I mean, the problem with the DC thing is that it's actually Warner Bros. Themselves because they keep changing management. Because remember, Justice League was what? Told like 3 movies ahead. We were supposed to get like 2 Man of Steel movies, and Batman v Superman was supposed to come out like years later.
Well, I
So
think the first Man of Steel movie, it made good money, but like
it wasn't bad, but the follow-up was just an awful film. They tried to rush like some of the biggest storylines and take inspiration from things without really setting up any of the characters, presenting an overly melodramatic and bleak DC universe. So there was a lot of problems. Like
and then you
Zack
had the
Snyder,
Nightmare World with Batman, like, I'm having nightmares about me, in Mad Max world because Superman's going to kill us all. What the fuck
and
was that
now we
sequence? I mean,
have the problem of many of the main stars of that Snyderverse cannot reprise their roles either because of contracts or many of them
legal
have
and
gotten
legal troubles.
like Amber Heard,
or
Ezra
they hate
Miller.
management.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
Wait, Amber, did they? That's right. They fired Amber Heard from the new Aquaman movie, didn't they?
or they kind of just they decided not to reuse her
They wrote her
character,
character off, I think.
or like they give her like less than 10 minutes of screen time, and like it's pretty clear that like she's not going to appear, or at least she's not going to portray the character of Mara for at least you know
Until this all
this
dies
is
down and she can work off her 10 million she owes to Johnny Depp.
yeah yeah it's like Davy Jones arises from the death and says, Amber Heard, do you fear death?
Death. But do you
Well,
think Amber Heard is
Heard
gonna
is
take a whole
smart.
bunch of really, really shitty roles on to like pay off what she owes, or do
I
you think she's
mean,
just?
that's
The reality is she's declaring bankruptcy, and she'll be fine
yeah, she
afterwards.
insolvency.
Yeah.
So this is
Or she can
actually
like just be a voice actress and hopefully nobody
No,
recognizes her
Geeky. She's
voice.
declaring
yeah,
bankruptcy, and then she'll
that's
start earning money again once all the liens from courts are off of her. I mean, this, like, I'm pretty sure that's every accountant in the business is doing that. Like, sorry, Amber, you're too unpopular to do a GoFundMe.
so let's get to the main subject. So it wasn't just Batgirl that was canceled, but
The
several other
Supergirl as
projects.
well, right? Because
Yeah,
they were gonna
well,
reboot the Justice League with Supergirl and Batwoman instead of Batman and Superman, right?
yeah, they just
They were
scrapped this
writing off
plan.
Cavill, right?
Well,
Yeah,
because Cavill doesn't want to come back. The rumor was he was supposed to be announced at Comic Con that he was coming back, but then that didn't come out. That's when people are and then the Batgirl cancellation came out. So now people are wondering,
I'm very
what's gonna
curious,
happen with
like where
Cavill.
that leak came from, though, about the fake leak about Cavill coming back. Like, if that was a rumor or was that an intentionally placed thing to see what reaction would be. Like, I don't know. That one's interesting to me.
Because there's also rumors that HBO Max also might be getting canned soon as well. Like
Oh, they
Warner
are.
Bros.
They've
really
slashed. They've slashed like so many projectiles and stuff, and the
Projections, you mean?
projects,
Oh, projects.
yeah.
projects. You
I was like
know, things like
projectiles.
that.
What are we? We doing the
Yeah.
Matrix? We're stopping all the bullets.
Yeah, that
Your
kind.
projects won't
So
get through here.
so the back row cancellation is probably the most interesting because this film was basically finished. It wrapped up shooting. It was screening test audiences. So
And they hated it.
yes, allegedly it was not well received. Although some people said the average score was like a 68, where most audiences like Shazam had like a similar scoring. Like so 60.
What did they spend on this flick?
Okay, so
$90 million.
yeah, 70 to 100 million, give or take, when you adjust costs for the COVID stuff and the inflation.
So what you're saying is that this film is so damaging that they would rather take a 70 to 100 million loss and $0 of revenue on this than release it to theaters.
Well, the crazy part was, if I don't know if you remember this correctly, it was supposed to go to HBO Max first, but once HBO Max got new leadership, and because Top Gun did so well, now they're trying to move everything back into theaters.
Well,
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of the weird thing where we've had streaming. I mean, they couldn't decide whether to release the film, either just to stream it on or just put it in theatricals. And I think there is a kind of
it's kind of a nightmare though, having things on a streaming service, right? Like to monetize it, figure out what its value is, right? Like, I mean, how much of The Mandalorian was Disney Plus, or how much was the random, having the access to random Disney films? Like, how do you measure that? What you can measure are fucking ticket sales, right? You can measure asses and seats. You can measure how weekends go. Like, sure, you know what people are watching, and you know how often they watch it, but like, that's nowhere near the same thing as just, oh, there was a transaction. They came and saw the film. Boom.
Yeah, the monetary issues that you would have is something I don't think anybody's quite worked out yet.
It's kind of one of the problems with streaming is that, like,
Yeah.
and it's hard to judge it because, like, what? How much didn't they spend like $10 million an episode on like Stranger Things episodes on Netflix?
And either you would have to either run ads, which would, for a movie that's kind of unforgivable.
Yeah,
because you would. I mean, it's not like the old days.
Also on HBO, by the way, ads in a movie on HBO. HBO, who made their whole thing out. We don't run ads. We're not TV. We're HBO. That was literally their ad campaign.
I mean, it's kind of funny to think. It's also 10 years ago. I remember when Game of Thrones, the only place you could see it was on HBO. And because of that, it was the most pirated show in the world.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was even on Pornhub.
Yeah.
Listen, Pornhub is apparently a bastion of free speech for some reason that no one can explain.
I mean, the funny thing is, there were many, many scenes that depicted what would be considered pornographic content, but
softcore, yes, but yes, I mean, there are a lot of naked men and women in that show at various times because that's kind of how George R. R. Martin writes about,
I mean, you guys saw the South Park where they make fun of it, right? And Butter keeps talking about like I could see the wiener every 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's funny. So this is kind of just. I mean, it sucks for DC. I mean, it sucks for some people. Like, I get what you're saying, Ghost. Like, it would be easy to say that this is a victory for the people who claim be against wokeness and stuff, but there is kind of something to suck for the people who work on it because you know as much as we have the joke of Leslie Grace as Barbara Gordon slash Batgirl, it's that joke of somebody at the casting agency has a dyslexia problem, so when they cast Ginger, they do something else.
Well,
But
yeah, we yes. So
yeah,
they took a red-haired woman and cast a woman of African American descent.
well,
I'm
she's
kind of here's
technically
what I don't
not.
get. Okay, like geeky. How many older Hispanic women do you know that dye their hair red? Like, why do we not? Why wouldn't it not just be Hispanic? Like, because I mean, it's like it's crazy to me, right? we growing up
There
in
are
Well,
California, how many older
It's funny
Hispanic
is
women have red hair?
there are Spaniards who have red hair, but they're mostly northern Spain. Galicia, Asturias, Cantabria, the
Oh
Basque
yeah, we're
Country.
pretty sure that 9 out of 10 of it at least isn't natural. But like it's just they're just yeah, we dye our hair red. It's just like
well,
what?
the problem is the most famous Mexican right now is a ginger.
Who
Because
is
Canelo is actually, I don't know if he's Irish descent, but he does look like a ginger. That's why they call him
uh,
that.
Yeah.
it,
I mean,
it
I
was it was kind of sad because on the one hand you would see Michael Keaton, J.K. Simmons, they would reprise their roles as Batman and Commissioner Gordon, but the problem is when you introduce Michael Keaton Batman, well, what would this film be set in? Like, is this in one? Is this is set in its own universe? Is
no,
it
Michael Keaton.
continuing?
Remind me, was he
Well,
in the Tim Burton Batman films?
He was in the
he's
first
the
two.
OG one, yeah.
Yeah, he was in the first two. He was in the first Batman,
Well,
and then Batman Forever. Oh no, Batman.
No, that was the Clooney one. Clooney was
Yeah,
Batman Forever and Batman and Robin.
no, Clooney was Batman and Robin. They had
Right.
like
yeah.
one person for the third one, but
Wasn't it Batman
that's the
Forever?
problem.
Wasn't that also Clooney?
Batman Forever was somebody else. No,
Was it
I forgot who it is.
Van something or I
It's
don't
yeah. What's the second one? Everyone remembers Catwoman's Michelle Pfeiffer's portrayal as Catwoman being very
Everyone remembers
memorable.
Arnold as Mr. Freeze.
Yeah, for the wrong reasons, and
Look,
for
I'm not gonna
you
pretend
know,
Arnold's a good actor, okay? But
I mean his
Is
over. I mean, it's kind of really funny just how much like was Batman like tainted so much by that movie, or was it just kind of already going that way with Batman Forever? I think Batman Forever kind of set the stage for that, and it's kind
I
of
didn't
funny
say
that there
Arnold
was
wasn't great, Lotus. I said he wasn't a great actor. They're two different things. Also, he
he
was
just
my
wasn't
governor.
he just wasn't the right casting choice for someone like. But the problem was, I don't think they could do something because Mr. Freeze had just been brought back as a tragic character from the animated series. They reworked him. You know, it's kind of weird. Just if they had the people working on the animated series, which were inspired by the Burton films, they probably could have actually created an interpretation of Batman that not super serious, super grim, but also had some campy moments, but it was pretty identifiable what kind of, you know, the classic Cape Crusader of like say Batman of the 70s and 80s.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, because remember, what I understand is why they went with Batwoman when Joker is still fresh in everyone's mind. And Joker made $1 billion without a single screen in China. I'm not
Wait, you're
saying
talking
continue
about
on.
you're
But
talking
I'm
about
saying,
Batwoman or Batgirl?
well, I'm
It's
just
a bit
saying
of
where
a
they've taken where they've taken the Batman franchise since that film, right? Right? Because like Joker's
Mhm.
not a traditional Batman film, but it made a whole ton of fucking money. And I'm not saying make a sequel to
yeah.
Joker, but
Well, they are
something.
making a sequel to
No,
Joker.
I know, but I'm saying not make a sequel to Joker that is a Batman film, but make a Batman film for adults, like they made a Joker film for adults, right? Like that.
Well, that's
That's
what
right.
Batman with Robert Patterson was supposed to be.
Oh yeah, how
Mhm.
was that again?
It was okay. Like,
Okay.
I mean, it's about like a Batman who's younger only his second year of crime fighting, and it's another one of those. It's every Batman movie has inspiration in The Long Halloween, and this was probably the Batman show that was like the most amount of detective side and investigation, which was, I guess, honestly nice to see because we don't really, it's a blind spot. Many people forget that Batman is supposed to be quote unquote the world's greatest detective.
Yeah, and in the Bale trilogy, he's kind of just, I'm rich, I can solve my problems with money.
Mm-hmm.
He's not, I mean...
I think the thing is also as well, because Robert Pattinson was announced as Bruce Wayne and Batman, a lot of people went in there with low expectations. And when people saw the movie, they're like, oh, wow, that's a lot better than we thought it was going to turn out to be. It's kind of like, I don't know, I guess the best comparison would be.
I suppose it's like I get what you're saying. It's like somebody you didn't expect casted, or you thought he could not play the part, but he ends up, essentially chewing the scenery and being probably the best part of the film.
Yeah,
There's
I guess
quite a
that
few.
works. I mean,
Yeah, it's like the actor. You didn't think he could pull this guy who's been in many roles, and infamously the Twilight series, but he could pull it off. He could pull off the demeanor that's required to be both Bruce Wayne and Batman.
The tortured
Yeah.
soul, extra wealthy, spoiled.
Yeah. I kind of am. Now, you guys are aware that I do kind of like the sidekicks and the spin-offs. So this one, it's just more bad news for those who like the character, the Batgirl character, because she has not had a very good representation at the box office.
Pattinson was great in The Lighthouse, that's fair.
Yeah, I agree, Lotus.
But what other movies has Batgirl been in?
Well,
Okay.
she was in the Schumacher film, but it was, Alicia Silverstone who portrayed her, which she didn't come in until like the last third of the movie. And I mean, she's probably the least bad part of that film, but that's not saying much. And
isn't that the one where she hooks up with Robin?
well, that's kind of been a thing too. Like, it's kind of funny is that when Batgirl was originally conceived, she was way older than Robin, which was kind of a weird pair. Like, they didn't have romantic feelings, but ever since they started to reintroduce when the DC reset the continuity, they slowly started to make Barbara younger until they're about like the same age. And yeah, they have, like, specifically Dick Grayson and Barbara Gordon have had on again, off again relationships. It depends. Like I said, it depends on the writer, depends on the story context, and I think it's kind of funny is that she's some writers have hooked her up with with some other characters as well. It's kind of funny just the way just what she's tossed around a bit from character to pairing. Like some interpretations have had Jason Todd having a bit of a crush on her, but he doesn't want to. He knows like you're taken. Dick Grayson is your soulmate, and there's also the love triangle where Dick Grayson has dated Starfire before, and they were like an official pairing in the Teen Titans run from the 80s and 90s.
You're saying it'd be like, wait, there's a sex alien or Commissioner Gordon's daughter? Like,
Yeah.
like I'm just saying, like, come on, man. You're talking about Starfire. She's a literal sex alien, and you're like, but
yeah.
I mean, it seems like an easy choice. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, it's like, which one is he? I mean, which one? He's likely to not suffer any sunburn in areas he thought he couldn't.
Okay, yeah, I mean, you want to do that, but you've got Batman. Like, Batman, I need sunscreen. Okay, I need some really superpower like sunscreen.
You got some bad sunscreen. I'm like, Dick, we live in a cave. Why would we reside in a cave? Why would we
I need sunscreen, damn it, Batman.
Yeah.
I've got a mole on my dick, okay, and I don't need more.
no. Oh no. Okay. Let's not
Sorry,
get too
sorry,
carried away.
sorry. Sex aliens aside.
Yeah, and of course, so she kind of was in there because there's a weird thing because like by the time Batgirl actually started appearing in these shows and stuff, she was not Batgirl in the comics. She was Oracle, and other
Right.
characters had taken up the
She was
mantle.
Oracle because she got shot, through her spine and couldn't walk. Right. So she's
yeah, that
she's
was
like the
the
video game
She became,
companion.
sort
yeah,
of.
she became a cripple.
And yeah, well, it's weird is that when the reboot of Crisis on Infinite Earths happened, the DC actually Barbara didn't change that much, but the DC started to make her character obsolete and phase her out. Like she would suddenly she felt inadequate. She's like, why am I doing this? Supergirl's dead. I feel like I'm not able to keep up with Batman or the rest of the others. I just feel out of place. And so she actually retired the role. And of course it didn't matter because then the Killing Joke. It's so bizarre like to see because if you're Batman in that year alone, your Robin gets killed, Jason Todd dies, and the same person who kills Robin, Joker, shoots Batgirl and paralyzes her from the waist down. So like that was a really really rough time to be back. Imagine like the two sidekicks that you were associated with the most and known are now either dead or or severely crippled. And now obviously DC Comics didn't want to really portray that in their animated shows, so most of the cases Barbara Gordon was Batgirl, but there were some instances and nods to her time as Oracle, like the short-lived Birds of Prey series or a future episode in the Batman cartoon. And and when they did the New 52 and they gave her, she was able to walk again, they slightly de-aged her a bit, but she still was Oracle. And when she got back into the cowl, she had a few survivor's guilt issues and some that she had to work out. And then they got her to stuff. And unfortunately, her last on-screen thing as a major stuff is when they screened The Killing Joke in theaters, and everyone knows that infamous scene. Yeah,
Yep.
you guys know, don't you? The relationship, Tim Bruce's fetish for shipping Bruce and Barbara showed up big time on this, and
It's funny because one of my friends literally turned off the movie when they saw that and said, "I'm not finished. I'm not finishing this."
it's yeah, Cromness is true.
They changed it from the comic.
Well, the problem is they had to expand it because if you did the Killing Joke story by itself, the movie would probably be only like 45 minutes.
What's wrong with making it OVA? What is wrong with the West?
Well,
seriously, just make an original video animation. Like, what? What?
yeah, I guess they were trying to make. I guess they were adding this because they wanted to make the Barbara's, the crime committed against Barbara as well as her father's more tragic because it's like you got to see her last adventures as Batgirl, but they really have to try to make it seem like there was extra motivation for Batman to take down the Joker
Or save his friends?
Yeah, or it just because it's actually funny, as someone pointed out, it's like the Joker felt like a guest character in the movie that's supposed to detail his backstory. It was a huge disappointment, Crime Mess. I agree. I mean, it was, and this is the last, and it's actually the worst portrayal I've ever seen of Barbara. Like, she would never act like this. She would never, this is not the character who would do something like this. Especially as, all the things she would, because, you have the implication, like, wait a minute, like, Barbara has never ever seen Batman as love interest in almost every. He saw her as a mentor, and it's I remember in the comics she was reading Batman wasn't willing to take on Barbara as a sidekick, and for good reason. Like he didn't want to have someone copying his motif or want one. And Batgirl actually, ironically, didn't want to be seen as a sidekick. She wanted to be seen as a hero in her own right. And it just, it just doesn't make any sense. It's just awful. It's an awful choice. It ruins the relationship with the characters. It makes something very awkward. You consider, like, when now is Commissioner James Gordon ever gonna have to learn that? Oh yeah, my daughter who was paralyzed by the Joker. Oh yeah, I think she may have had sex with the guy I'm supposed to trust with every night. The only person I can trust with handling like the really seedy elements of my city. It's like it. It's just a total disconnect. Like it's something that is just so big, so much of a big flaw that you just can't.
Damn it, Batman! I have to catch you now. Why? Because you fucked my daughter. Okay.
Yeah, pretty much. And it really screws with the perception, and because the whole point. So the Killing Joke is not only just about how Joker's mental disconnect formed, but also trying to say that Commissioner Gordon kind of goes through an arc too, because he's like, you tortured me mentally, you abused me, you crippled my daughter, and you did some ugly things to her, and then posted pictures to try to like psych me out, but you didn't break me. And when Batman came, he said, "Do it by the book. We have to show that no, we won't stoop to the level of Joker, where he wants people to also lose their ability to delineate from right and wrong just from having one bad day." And that was the whole purpose of the kind of the scene that because that's what Commissioner Gordon is like. He still believes in a sense of law and an order of civility. And that's what he urged Batman to also do too, because it's like, don't stoop to his level. We want to bring him in by the book. Now, at this point, you could argue that I think if, like, for example, Joker was sentenced to for the death penalty, I don't think Batman would come to his defense. I don't think it's not that that's always been a conundrum. It's not that Batman doesn't think some criminals probably deserve capital punishment and whatnot, but it's just that he doesn't want to be the one to do it because he has basically trained himself to be like the best human possible with all the and stuff. He doesn't want to have someone with all that power being able to decide life and death. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, he's he will help, put those criminals where they're supposed to be, but at the end of the day, right, he still recognizes, like, hey, we live in a society, right? There's authority and there are proper people for this, even though, he's a vigilante, he violates all the rules and laws to bring these people in. But the problem is the system is unable to bring them in, but Batman can do that, he's outside of the rules of the system. But like there's a weird contradiction there for sure, right?
Well,
where it's
I think it's because, it's not even just the fact that he lost his parents and just what his philosophy. He says, "Oh yeah, I have fantasized about killing people like the Joker and all this, but I realize like that is a one-way ticket, like a one-way to a bad place where suddenly I am able to become judge, jury, and executioner." And he feel by putting restraint on himself and realizing this, like he's setting an example of not going out, because now there have been people who disagreed with this. Like Jason Todd, when he came back and became Red Hood, he does kill criminals. He does. He disagrees with that philosophy. And you could see the arguments to him as like, listen, Joker has been able to walk free for like decades. Like he's killed thousands of people, able to do so much, and he still lets me live. And I think it's because Batman thinks like eventually criminals can be reformed. Now, I personally have those doubts because I think
isn't the whole thing in Batman that they're considered mentally ill, so they're all sent to Arkham Asylum instead of like what's the prison in it? Not Rikers,
Blackgate.
Blackgate. Yeah, they're all sent to minimum security Arkham Asylum, and why they always bust out because it's like, oh well, they're not evil people, they're just sick.
It's funny is that like even Joker's lampshaded it because he's like, when I want to take a vacation from crime, I just go to Arkham Asylum to relax in like scheduled phases between my next scheme. In other words, now it's funny is when Harley Quinn stopped being Joker's sidekick, she actually went back and actually used her training from her time as Arkham. She actually did start reforming some of the villains, and it even actually worked. It's there's a they've taken that character into a completely different direction than she was originally conceived, but that's another story. But you have this coming, and so really the cancellation of this film, which it could have been okay, it could have been bad, it could have been stuff. It is kind of a gut punch to people because it's very rare for like a completed film to be shelved at the last moment. Like that's only happened a few times, and the funniest example I could think of is that awful 1994 Fantastic Four movie. You
Oh,
ever
that's
seen that,
right.
Ghost?
I've never seen it, but there's a full copy of it somewhere, right?
Well, that was a film that was made on a ham sandwich budget of like $250,000, and it
Yeah.
was only made because of 20th
To
Century
keep the
Fox.
license, right? The only way
Yeah,
they could keep the license was if they had something in production.
and they did, and it was clearly it looks like a film that a college department would put on just for funds. If the university decided to give a budget like worth a lot of student loans and stuff.
Wasn't the Wonder Woman film done too? The one it was in the 80s or whatever that they did.
Yeah, there was a series of that, and then there was a funny superhero movies were really bad back then. I
And there
mean,
was a 90s
with the-
Captain America movie that never came out too.
yeah, there was also one like about the called the Phantom, and it stuck too close to the source material. There's a lot of weird trends in movies that I noticed.
I just
Like,
wanted the Question movie.
yeah. What are some? Hey, Ghost. I actually kind of came up. So this is actually a funny joke. So do you remember the film Looney Tunes Back in Action?
That was after Space Jam, right? Like
Yeah,
they
it was
did like a
supposed to be like
full
the
feature
anti.
Looney.
It was supposed to be like the antithesis of that movie, according to the director, because he and Chuck Winnig like they hated the way the Looney Tunes characters were portrayed, and so there's actually a funny clip that's
I remember seeing in the theater a trailer for that, and we just never saw it. But I never watched it. But I remember Looney Tunes Back in Action.
there's a funny clip going around where in live news of the Warner Brother Discovery merger, there's a funny scene where Daffy Duck is on the phone with his trader. He's like, "Yeah, sell all my Warner Brother stock. I got an inside tip that Bugs Bunny is about to die." Because there's a scene where like they're falling in a car or something, and it's a hilarious. It's hilarious in hindsight because at that time Warner Brothers actually declined to merge with AOL, and so there was a deleted scene from there, like before they started the show, like as they were getting into their role in the cartoon. The Bugs Bunny like thanked the Warner Brother executives for not merging with AOL, and here they are 19 years later merging with Discovery. And there's a lot of funny gags. So there's actually some funny thing on like the backstory behind the split. So there was quite a lot of dislike for Space Jam, not because of the technical feats or the whole thing of being basically a shoe commercial for Jordans. I mean, it's
Whoa, you talking about
it's-
Space Jam?
yeah. You get because the inspiration of that film was like, you know what? Those Michael Jordan cartoons with Looney Tune characters have been like really popular and people love it. Let's make a whole movie basically about that.
I mean, what year was Space Jam? Wasn't it like 1996? 1996. So Michael Jordan. Well, here's the other context for that, right? Michael Jordan, after winning 3 NBA championships, had been banned from the NBA for gambling. Now, the official story is, right, he quit to go play baseball.
Play baseball, and
he quit to go be the worst minor league baseball player to ever get to AAA, and he set records for strikeouts that year. Now, the real reason why he was playing baseball is because he gambled. He obviously gambled on sports, and the commissioner's like, dude, I have to do something, but I can't say that the best player in basketball is a chronic gambler. We have to resolve this, okay? He made a movie while he was doing that.
Well, no, what the movie kind of implies is that this special game he plays in the Looney Tunes world that decides the fate of their existence, whether they're
Oh,
going to
no! I'm
be.
just saying what happened in the real world. Yeah, no.
Yeah, well,
It does. They
it's
save the
kind of
world. He
funny.
saves the world by playing basketball with the Looney Tunes.
Well, I saved the Looney Tunes world, yeah. And oh, there's a funny street. So my buddies, some of my friends from like Joy Pepsi, Avon, they were actually they did a watching of the Space Jam. They did like in February just to see how funny, how bad it was, and like how well is it aged or not. And it's a pretty funny. It's a long stream, but it's like one of the funniest. All the jokes we were making, like, oh, you can't do this anymore, like the best part was the game where they're like making the references like Yosemite Sam pointing guns at the characters like you can't do this in
Yeah, oh
modern
no, people would
film.
freak out if you were in a kids'
It's
film pointing guns.
it's all the adult jokes they slip by, all the references, and just like it's kind of funny is like did you know that the song I Believe I Can Fly was made specifically for this movie?
Oh, absolutely. No, that film was that song was 100% made for that movie.
It really is, and it plays in the opening. And oh, hey Wormy.
For a
Secretary,
second, you thought there were 92 people watching. No, there's definitely not 92 people watching. But
yeah, unless I hope
appreciate
I
the
hope you're not getting
optimism.
I hope you're not getting you botted.
No. Ghost
So
likes to
the-
be irrelevant with his friends. Okay, but yeah, no, I Believe You Can Fly definitely made for that film. And yes, the film is a one long Michael Jordan shoe commercial for Nike and Jordan. Like that's what it is. I mean,
there's a scene where like the
wait, isn't Bill
assistant
Murray in
there-
that Space Jam movie?
Yes, he was, and
Oh my
there's-
God, you're right. I love
And he
Bill
actually
Murray.
just shows up. It's like dun 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 dun. And it's like whoa! I didn't know Dan Aykroyd was involved in this production. And it's actually funny is that this actually, when Bill Murray said, Daffy was like, hey, how did you even get here? Oh, I was a friend of mine that's a producer invited me on just to get in because, he's looking for someone else. That's actually true. The late Ivan Reeves, he actually was the producer's friend. And he's like, yeah, I can get Bill Murray to be in this film if you want me to. And then they came into the green screen. It's like, yeah, we need someone to be like the fifth player. Get in the green screen. Like, we'll put you in. And it's just it's the funniest, like it's the weirdest and it's so funny, like in the credits you see like Michael Jordan, Bugs Bunny, then Bill Murray, and I'm like, Avon's like, I can't believe Bill Murray is getting second billings to Bugs Bunny.
Oh, I can. I mean, Bugs Bunny.
That's like and then it's right, like they also kind of reference the gambling stuff in a little bit, but they kind of say like Michael Jordan leaves because a reaction to like the death of his father. Which, Ghost, do you think Michael Jordan's father dying was it related to gambling stuff or?
No. I would not be. I don't think the evidence points to it being related to gambling stuff. It's a possibility. I honestly, I mean, like he was living in Chicago, right?
Well, yeah. So
I mean,
there's
it's not the safest of cities. I mean, random tragedy, probably. I mean, yeah. I don't think it was related to his gambling, but I for sure think his leaving the NBA was related to the gambling for sure. That one I'm not too sure about.
Yeah. There is a funny instance where, there is all the jokes they make and some of the weird like aesthetics they choose, but like it's a period piece. It's basically a cult classic film. Like it's not, but it's so funny is like this is to this day the highest grossing basketball film.
Yeah, but I mean, like, what other basketball films are there? I mean, like, I know basketball, but
Yeah, like a few, and it's just you're right.
I'm trying.
It's
I'm trying to think what basketball films are there that aren't like documentaries or. Let me see.
Yeah.
The Way Back with Ben Affleck, Uncle Drew, Thunderstruck with Kevin Durant. Oh, that looks terrible. 17 again. Semi-Pro. I'm surprised Semi-Pro didn't beat it out.
Yeah. So this was the film. It's still the highest. It made like how much money did it make? So it made 80 million domestically, but like 263 million worldwide. So it made back its budget. I mean, there are some weird technical feats for its time. Being able to use animated characters with this computer generated audience, and just the way they got people to do. There's some interesting ways they did it, but like it's still like it is kind of dated for some of its references, and it's so hilarious. Did you know there's a reference where they shut down the NBA season because the alien minions of the guy, they're stealing the talents of like the
Right,
top
the
five NBA.
Monstars. But
Yeah,
that's
they
a reference to the actual lockout, right? Where they had not
it
negotiated a new
was,
contract.
but it's so funny in hindsight because they shut down because of a mysterious virus making people suck at playing, and it's like, oh my god, they predicted the coronavirus pandemic, or like the response to it.
Because you mentioned, right, that like highest grossing film that involves basketball, I was just like on a whim, I was like, look it up. What do you think the highest grossing sports film is?
I'm actually not sure. It's because Space Jam is the one
I'll
for
say this, you'll never
basketball.
guess it, but
Okay, I'll never guess it. Go ahead.
you'll never guess it, but like I would think like A League of Your Own or something like that, but like I don't know. What do you think if you had to guess?
Is it Remember the Titans or no? Not quite.
No, Remember the Titans is I don't even think it cracks the top 50.
Angels in the Outfield is someone said in chat.
See, I don't even is Angels in the Outfield in the top 50? Yeah, Angels in the Outfield not even in the top 50. And
All right.
Remember the Titans was 32.
Okay, so it's a
But here let me tell you the top one because it's fucking dumb. It's really dumb. The top one is Fast and Furious 7 because they say the sport is motor racing. And then 2, 3, and 4 are all Hunger Games films because they say that Yeah, I know. They say Battle Royale is a sport.
Okay,
but now the real answer is Forrest Gump is the highest grossing sports film. American football / ping pong.
That's very. I mean, I wouldn't accept that either.
They have Casino Royale at 7. They call
Okay.
it gambling.
Okay, can we probably just? Is there any film is there any sport we could just narrow it down where it's primarily about contact sports and not only part of the film? Or
Yeah,
we gotta put some fillers.
Cars and Cars 2 are on this list.
Okay.
Alita Battle Angel.
Oh, yeah, we're
okay. Enter the Dragon. Yeah, that's a martial arts film.
all right. I'll give that one because martial arts.
I'll give that one too. They put Slumdog Millionaire. Game shows are not sports. This is the Wikipedia card.
Yeah.
And then Karate Kid is probably the next one that isn't game shows or that. Okay, The Blind Side is the highest grossing football film.
Well, I didn't see that one coming.
No, might say they were blindsided.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I know Wikipedia stuff isn't going to be the most reliable source, but like this is just when they think of sport. This is what. So like, let's if you put some like caveats and filters in, like filler out the
Here they actually have a list by sport, what the highest grossing film is. So boxing is Rocky 4.
Yeah, I know.
Bowling is The Big Lebowski.
Well,
basketball is Space Jam. Baseball is A League of Their Own.
Oh yeah, I agree. That's probably true.
Yeah.
Waterboy. Is that even?
Yeah, that was did you not see Waterboy? That was an old Adam Sandler film.
Oh yeah, now
There's the one where like
I was thinking of the other.
They kept all saying
Adam Sandler
Gatorade, like yelling at the Waterboy. Is Rocky 4 the one with Dolph Lundgren?
Yeah, he's the Soviet guy in there. It's actually funny. When we think of golf, we think of the other Adam Sandler film, Happy Madison, or or like
Happy
the
Gilmore, I think, wasn't
Happy
that?
Gilmore, yeah. Happy
Okay.
Madison Production was the place that did the. It's kind of funny that you know Adam Sandler had a really long career of like starring in films where he just tried to be funny, but always failed because he didn't understand. Like he overused the shtick of
Adam
like just
Sandler
saying,
made his money through volume.
yeah,
Lots of fucking movies. I mean, he's been in so much shit. Dodgeball. Actually, that's you'll never guess what the highest grossing Dodgeball film is.
yeah. It's a film called Dodgeball,
Dodgeball, a true underdog story. Of course it is.
and they have Dodgeball. Okay, so
I mean,
yeah,
I'd say that's a sport film for
yeah.
sure.
Dodgeball is I mean, yeah, that's. I mean, it's not supposed to be like a groundbreaking serious one, but it's a sport nonetheless. I mean,
Ready Player One is an esports film? No, it's not.
it's not even that big on the video game itself. It's more of a virtual reality
Yeah,
kind
but
of.
it's not about esports itself. It's it's like post-future dystopia and tons of pop culture references.
Yeah, if you could dodge a wrench, you could dodge a ball.
Blades of Glory. That's the highest grossing ice skating movie.
Oh no, this is kind of weird. Just the absolute state of like sports movies, where many of the top ones barely qualify, or are just comedies, or just their own unique stuff. I mean, it is what it is, I suppose.
Drifting got its whole own category for some reason.
So anyway, back to Looney Tunes back in action. So there's a lot of story behind this. So there was originally supposed to be a Space Jam 2, a follow-up to this, where, you know, this would be a new sort of thing where there would be some ideas taken, like a new villain would there would be like a new animated villain. It was doing some stuff, and most of the Looney Tunes crew, as well as Michael, would reprise their roles, and they would do their adventure things. But this is where things get kind of shady. So they brought all the animation studios in to do the drawing animation stuff, because they were making the assumption that Michael Jordan would reprise, he'd come back and do the thing, except he declined to do it, and so much of the animation department was out of the loop for a long time because the studio basically lied to them and said, "Oh yeah, Michael Jordan's coming back.
He's
We can build
solid.
it."
He's solid. Yeah, he'll do it.
And when he didn't, so they had to just change and go to Plan B and focus on like their own. And what's weird is that they were planning to do like a sort of jam franchise where they would have the Looney Tunes team up with various athlete personalities and
So
stuff
they were
like
gonna do like a whole Jamiverse with like football,
yeah.
baseball, and hockey.
And it's you see like they do it with Jackie Chan called Spy Jam. And they would do it with Jeff Gordon called Race Car Jam. And then Golf Jam with Tiger Woods. These were real plans. Like they were, but the way because they didn't decide, so they decided to scrap that and decide to try to do like its own spin-off film from this kind, and that's where they got the Back in Action in 2003. Now, it's important to note that
So you're telling me
um,
that Looney Tunes Back in Action was what Battleship was?
you, I haven't seen Battleship, so I can't comment, but I
As
could
far as I
assume that
understand, Battleship was just a bunch of recycled Transformers footage that they made into a whole film.
it wasn't that. It was its own original thing. The Space Jam Cinematic Universe. Good one, Metallorian.
Universe 5 Space Looney Tuneverse 518 or whatever.
Yeah. 518.
The Jamiverse.
The Jam.
Into the
So,
Jam Zone.
yeah. So the big thing that makes this one what makes this so this was actually funny. So the director wanted the film to be like the antithesis of Space Jam, because this film, like Back in Action, the director didn't like the way the Looney Tune characters were portrayed, and it felt like their personalities didn't match. They were sort of secondary to Michael Jordan. I mean, I get the whole point is that Michael Jordan's coming back from basketball thanks to this game, but so this film was supposed to set like be closer to what the original Looney Tunes had, as well as try to make a more of a sensible plot, or silly sensible. And
But they
it
really
wasn't.
just made like scuffed Who Framed Roger Rabbit, right?
That's what they were kind of going for, because it's funny. The studio actually did want to include characters from like other departments and things. Like you saw cameos, like you see Scooby Doo and Shaggy arguing with the guy who did like a bad movie, and they're not happy with it. And you see cameos mostly from the other Warner Brother characters or the Looney Tunes. That could have been interesting. Now, Space Jam does the real sequel to Space Jam Legacy does actually do the includes the cameos from the other Warner Brother
Well,
properties.
doesn't Rick and Morty show up in the Space Jam sequel for some reason?
Yes, they do. It's a cameo.
Speaking of which, new season of Rick and Morty next month. Hooray! I know. Judge me all you want. Judge me all you want. I like it.
Yeah, Lotus is true. Like people don't understand how important the physical presence is in the movies. And you
Was
you
Dolph
have
Lundgren the guy who was like a chemist, an actual chemist, and then just was like, I just get really ripped and decided to be an actor? Okay, all right. I like Dolph Lundgren too. I like people that are really talented and smart that just go do something else completely and make way more money doing it. Fucking ripped and pretty smart too. Now Dolph Lundgren. No, I'm thinking of the other guy. What else was Dolph Lundgren in? Was he in the Street Fighter movie? Uh-oh. Yo, Lantern, you there?
Yeah, I was looking at retweeting stuff, or just the doing a little bit of backstory dive into these films, because I gotta look at all the behind the scenes stuff. It and of course this movie didn't do as well as Space Jam, and it actually did it shelved a lot of any sort of momentum for like a true Looney Tunes that wasn't just confined to a bunch of celebrity team ups with athletes and personalities. And it kind of set the whole tune, like, Looney Tunes kind of went through a rough phase in the 2000s because of that movie and just the lackluster follow up to Space Jam.
Wait, Dolph
Now,
Lundgren was an Aquaman?
really
Who
interesting.
was he in Aquaman? He was the king in Aquaman. Oh. And he was okay, that makes sense. He was in the Expendables. He was He-Man in the 1987 film.
I could see it.
And he was in Showdown in Little Tokyo. Kindergarten Cop 2. Jeez. He was in the new Minions film I just saw. I'm guessing he was Vengeance, probably.
Wait, you saw Minions?
Oh, did.
How was it?
It's alright. It's dumb fun. Surprised he's not in any Bond films. He might be in a Bond film somewhere. In The Mechanic. Let's see, Johnny Mnemonic, Blackwater. The Name of the King 2. Sorry, been in a lot of movies, actually, Lotus. Just not many that you'll have heard of. Wait, he's in a Bond film? Wait a minute. Hold on. Dolph Lundgren. James Bond. He was... Not many good ones. No, indeed. Not many good ones. Was he... Yeah, okay, so he was Venz in A View to Kill. So he was in the 1985 James Bond film A View to Kill. He played a KGB security guy. He was in a Bond film. Shit. Literally who? Basically nobody. Basically a nobody. Although he was dating, I think, the lead female actor in the actress in the film too. That's funny. But yeah, sorry. Where were we? We're talking about the Looney Tunes cinematic universe that never happened.
Yeah. And just it's kind of like a cautionary tale too about the what could go wrong with your thing, because DC Comics was the they went wrong with the Snyderverse, resulting in David Zaslav coming on board recently and just gutting up the place and saying, we need to save money, we want to stuff, let's start cutting off projects that we deem to be not good enough or just not what we were going for. And that's why I think cut Batgirl, and they put it on a tax release too, so like they probably will never release this film to the public.
I imagine someday it will get quote unquote leaked. But not anytime near future. He was the crazy techno priest in Johnny Mnemonic. Lots of pretty good roles. Not aware. So okay, so you're saying they effectively decided this film was more valuable as a tax write-off than it was to actually release the film?
Yeah, because it wasn't just the money, like 70 to 100 million they would lose. They also would
Well,
have
I
to
mean,
spend
they've spent the money.
Yeah, but then they would also have to spend more money to market the film, advertise it, put it in posters and stuff. Like, it's the other cost that people don't see.
Oh, sure. But I mean,
instead, like that's why they wouldn't have to even spend even more money to like market the film.
but why did they even bother finishing it? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, I think just because the decision to cancel it came after like it was completed. So it's a bizarre situation. I mean, like I said, I really can't be too celebratory because I feel like cuts were coming just by the way in which Zaslav was just clearing out all the clutter and just trying to get something, because who knows what else they're going to release their film, because how the heck are they going to do that Flashpoint film with Ezra Miller basically playing a combination of GTA and Where's Waldo with his professional career at this rate?
Yeah, I mean, look, whenever I go to Hawaii, I just kidnap a bunch of definitely, right? Jeez.
Then run the sex cult in Iceland.
Yeah,
What?
it's just
How do you fuck up that bad? Like, dude, I'm gonna be a DC superhero. I'm gonna make so much money. I'm gonna be set for life on this stupid role I do terribly. You know what? I'm gonna kidnap some babes and like fuck around. Like, what?
Have you seen the audio or the video of him getting arrested? By the way,
I have not.
he begs the cops to come back with female cops because he's non-binary, transgender, and doesn't feel comfortable getting arrested by men.
What? He said
I'm not even joking.
I feel okay. Look, I'm gonna be honest. To me, that sounds like a Hail Mary. Like, just to throw something so confusing at the cops that like they just don't arrest him. Just give him. I know, Lotus. That sounds like a Chad, and then oh no, Ezra, no. You was on board until you heard about it. Look, if it had worked, it would have been an extra Giga Chad move. Okay. Yeah, obviously it didn't because he's no longer the Flash.
No, he's still a Flash. Well, the thing is this. What do? Do you cancel the movie and basically kill the whole DC extended universe, whatever bullshit plan they had this time, or release the film anyways, and then for Flash 2, just recast the actor and like pretend nothing happened?
I mean, you can kind of pull that off too, because there's been many because there's been different versions of the Flash, so it's not like it's like that one was Barry Allen. Now we have Wally West. Or unfortunately, Wally West is another red-haired individual, so you guys know what that means, right?
Well,
Well,
they'll
spoil.
obviously
Are you guys gonna
go
watch?
and
Are you guys
find
gonna? I'm
all.
not gonna
They'll
spoil the
cast Seth
movie,
Green as
but
it. What I mean.
I have, from what I've heard and like leaks about the movie and everything, that like it ends. The movie ends in a certain way where like they can bring Ezra Miller back. So I'm not sure if they're gonna have to go do some reshoots because what the movie's scheduled for what, next year or this year?
I think next year. I think they're
I
going
think
with they're going with the let me see what movies are coming out. I think they're going with the Black Adam.
Is Black Adam. I think you're right. Black Adam's this year. You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
So they have a whole year to like fix this and figure out what to do with him. Because the problem is this: we don't know what Ezra Miller's going to do next. Because like this dude could end up killing somebody between now and the release date, and if he gets so unhinged, how long until actors stop working with DC until he gets fired?
Yeah, so let me see what they got. Let me look at the news. So Warner Brothers is exploring some kind of different release, you know. So Discovery, David is having to deal. It's like a trial by fire, you know.
But
So the
now,
movie,
to
the Flash
your
movie,
whole point about advertising it, it's done. It's ready to go. Why not just put it on their streaming service?
because I think they were
Because
experimenting
even
with the
HBO
idea
Max
of
didn't want to do it. The head of HBO Max was like, "I don't want this shit show killing my streaming site."
But they're already doing that.
I
They're
mean, to
already
me, I think
doing it to
HBO Max is
themselves.
actually a. I think HBO Max is honestly a pretty good streaming service compared to like the other ones, but
I mean, there's some
who
good
knows?
stuff on it.
Yeah,
it's weird because they're still planning to do a Flash film, but it's like too. It's like, what are they supposed to do if Ezra Miller's already getting? Because there's a film about like the life of Salvador Dali, and Ezra Miller's name is being left off the press releases for the film, despite that he was casted as like he was a younger version of the famous artist. This could be handled where like, yeah, he portrays the character as a Flash, but his name is like stricken from the record. He's the unnamed one. Everyone knows who he is, but they, for legal reasons, they can't, or like for financial reasons, they cannot like put his name on the yeah, they can't put it on the film.
Really?
That's how I interpret it. That's what they could try to do.
But I mean, like, getting arrested and going to do all that shit usually is a violation of contract law, right? Like, it's usually enough to get you out of having to,
Yeah. It's just so much because like you have the arrests and the legal troubles and leading a cult. Like, it's like, what can you do? Like, what sort of magic at DC is causing people to go crazy?
I mean, probably lack of success.
Yeah, lack of success, direction of stuff. It is. What can you do? It's like being a DC fan kind of sucks right now.
and it has
Well,
been sucking for the last 20 years because the comics haven't been good in who knows how long.
Last couple.
Justice was like the last good DC video game and the Arkham games, but at least the animated movies were pretty good.
For the
But
most part, but it's kind of weird. So
So it's like
The
DC
current
first. Because think about it, because Ezra Miller keeps screwing up. Cavill and Ben Affleck don't want to come back, so they don't have a Batman and a Superman. They literally begged James Gunn to leave Marvel to make Suicide Squad 2, and
oh,
then
like
Will Smith doesn't want to come back, and then that movie was hit or
Well, I
miss.
mean, getting James Gunn to do a film, probably not the hardest of things after he was temporarily canceled.
Hmm. But
You know, like, I mean,
because think
like,
about it, because what's been the best thing to come out of this extended universe? From what I've heard, it's Peacemaker, Aquaman, and Wonder Woman. If we don't count 1984,
hmm
I
everything
don't know.
else has been stinkers or mishandled messes.
Yeah, it's been a mess.
Like, what do you do at this point?
Honestly, it's just that's what DC's trying to figure out as well.
I mean, you let it burn. Yeah, it's like an electric battery fire. You just keep letting it burn until it fully destroys, you know, the entire studio, and then hopefully someone else buys it that wants to make something good.
Well, the problem with this too is they were banking on Flashpoint to be good to like reset the whole continuity. But
Yeah,
now
but come
that
on, we all knew that wasn't gonna happen.
hmm
You know, like we all knew they weren't gonna fix it. Like it wasn't gonna make anything better. Like come on, we've all been alive long enough to know. Nope, it's not gonna get better. It's literally it did get worse. Is what's gonna happen. I mean,
But it did. Narrator, but it did get worse.
3 weeks later, Ezra Miller started a sex cult and kidnapped a bunch of young women. It's just like, what? Like what? I did not see that as the next line there. Like what the fuck? But no, I mean honestly, you know all these things. It's like they've just got to lose enough money that someone else will buy them and merge with them, and hopefully they have a more sensible creative team. I mean, that's the hope for this Lord of the Rings series. I mean, you know how much they spent on this Rings of Power series that's coming out? Like they've spent like I think maybe billions of dollars between the acquisition and the actual creation of this series. And it's pretty much universally just like, wow, this just looks like shit. It looks like absolute shit. Like what'd you guys do? How'd you fuck it up this bad? It's Tolkien. Did you know that Peter Jackson, apparently, Peter Jackson asked to be on the project? Like he was like, "Hey, you know, I'm interested. You guys are working on Lord of the Rings. I'd love to, you know, help out and work on this." And you know, at the last minute, he was like, "Oh, could you just, you know, send me a script? I just want to, you know, see. I want to see what you're working on." And he got the fucking script, and he just said, "Yeah, I'm out."
well, I heard the actors like don't want anything to do with it either.
It's
Well,
I mean, speaking of legal stuff, I go we haven't had an episode to cover this in a long time, but dear heavens, how is Chris Chan gonna be able to get out of what he's or if he can?
okay, so his
He's the
offense.
autism defense.
Yeah, I plead insanity, probably. I mean,
Well,
I think.
or I have autism, therefore I'm innocent.
No, I would not accept that defense, and I don't think anyone else should.
Well, no, I know, but I think what he needs. I think his only chance to not, you know, go and pound me in the ass actual prison, is to make the case that he is mentally unstable and he is sick. You know, that's his lawyer's only hope. I mean, realistically, it's a pretty open and shut case. If he fucked his mother, that's a violation of incest, which is it's a serious offense. I mean, like he'll go to real
It's
prison.
also elders abuse.
Yes, elder.
Oh, sheesh.
But I mean,
there's
like,
I'm still loving that. Apparently, like one of the random images I came across was that people used an image from a Wolfenstein video game to trick Chris into believing CWCville and the USA were under Nazi rule. Okay, that's I mean, that's kind of funny, but also kind of sad. Like his level of like mental derangement and just complete. Did you see like he wasn't able to tell the difference between a video game and real life? I mean, that's his whole thing, right? He doesn't know the reality he lived in. So what happened recently? So he tried to get dismissed. The problem is he's been writing letters and stuff because he's trying to move back in with his house too, the one that's like been dilapidated and bare, like it was falling apart until like they had to do the bare minimum to keep the house from being condemned.
It's a
But
trash, isn't it?
yeah, well, nobody lives there now because his.
I mean, I feel
So
like they're gonna just burn that place down.
yeah. So this my friend who kind of he was given another continuance and he's demanding that people fundraise $150,000 because he wanted to move back into his house and move Barb into a home since he legally cannot be near her. you know. He also the problem with this is that, he wrote a letter that he wanted Barb to perish so that she couldn't be called into the witness stand. So
Well, also, he wrote a letter saying he's the reincarnation of Jesus Christ.
yeah,
I mean,
so
for all we know, he could be. Be a very strange arc for him to take, but
I would never. Sorry, but
I'm just saying crazier things have happened. Okay, that's all.
yes.
Well, I mean, if you read the letter, he says he's Muhammad reincarnated as well.
But I think they're what is it?
Big
It's
guy. Big
what,
guy.
it's the whole Trinity thing, right? He's Muhammad, he's Jesus, and he's like Buddha, right? All in one.
Buddha.
But all I mean this. I don't think this trial gets televised.
No.
Like
The transcript will be even more insane if we ever see it.
Oh yeah,
But-
no.
Oh.
People are going to read those transcripts of the exchanges as YouTube videos 100%. That's definitely happening.
Jim has already confirmed as soon as those transcripts are leaked or if it's filmed, he's going to stream every day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be the most significant trial in internet history.
But do you remember what happened with the Maxwell trial, right? Like they were like, "Oh, don't worry, you can just dial in," and no one could dial in, of course. Because like, what was it, like 1,000 people were all trying to dial in and listen, and it was just nope, it's not working. Its system's overloaded. That's if there was any public, that's what would happen. It would just be, oh, we can't get in. But I bet someone on the ground. I mean, you can't film a proceeding if it's not approved to be on like court TV or some shit. So, like, someone will go in there and take notes, but there's no way, someone's allowed to record those proceedings if they're not on, court TV or whatever. So I don't, as much as many people on the internet would like, many such cases, would like to see that, it's not happening.
Right. Some others. So
But if you'd like to see Discovery for the trial, you can go watch the 80 part documentary series on them.
I mean,
yeah, imagine
that Stonehouse comic is hilarious.
Yeah, the
Part
judge,
29.
they're on part and they're like watching this entire thing. I mean, they're probably gonna have like some people. I bet what they're gonna do is they're gonna have like 60 people watch like parts, like so they can just write down a summary of that one part, and then that way they don't have to have like someone go insane from falling down probably the deepest internet rabbit hole that has existed so far. That's what I bet. Like they'll have like 60 people or so watch one individual part, write it down, and then create a summary out of that. It's like they will call it the Chris Chan anthology.
They'll make a Bible out of it. There'll be 30 different accounts of the same event, and they'll put them all together at the end. And And it was on the 7th day that Christian pled not guilty yet again, in face of overwhelming guilt and evidence of
And
self-admission.
this is where Chris Chan thought he was he thought it was the incarnation of Jesus. And this is the one where he yelled angrily at the camera. This is the one where Sonic
He attached a copy of his handwritten letter. Wasn't it? Didn't he send it to Josh from Kiwi Farms?
I think he did.
He said his declaration of divinity to Josh of the Kiwi Farms.
Like I said, most documented person on the internet, but I digress.
Oh, how is this the timeline?
What other things are going on in the world?
Oh, inflation's at
So-
0% apparently.
Well, so recession got read.
But, you know, our long-established definition of a recession isn't a recession, but we're definitely
it's a vibe session, guys.
A vibe
session.
Oh, man. Good times.
Seriously, I mean, the manipulation of procedural outcomes has never been so obvious. And yeah,
I mean,
the only
it
reason
literally
inflation-
is.
The
Oh,
only reason inflation slightly cooled was because gas prices went
Have
down
dropped.
because of demand destruction.
Right,
And,
you know, people aren't driving places because gas is $5 or $6 a gallon in some places. You know, it's like, well, fuck, I don't want to. I'm not gonna take. Maybe I don't take that road trip. It's gonna cost hundreds of dollars. Like that.
yeah, cope session. That's a good one. Crime
Exactly. Cope session. Like I know people whose employers have been like, look, we're gonna keep working remote because gas is fucking expensive. Like I have friends and literally their employers are just like, look, gas is way too
Not to
expensive.
mention,
Work from home.
You also have to consider that it's not going to be permanent. I hate to break it to a lot of people. Gas is probably going to go back up thanks to the winter coming in and more demand, and eventually the strategic petroleum reserve will stop being drained because they'll be like, wait a minute, we can't use this for commercial. This is only used for emergency.
Well, I don't even know how much of a dent it was really making, right? Especially when, you know, a lot of the strategic petroleum reserve was sold to China, you know, directly to China. Now, as China is our ally and not some sort of competitor on the world stage, I don't see the issue with this. But the whole point of the release is that we're bringing down gas prices for ordinary Americans. How are you doing that? By not releasing gas into domestic markets. What?
Yeah.
But
It just makes some sense. And so
I do love though the Inflation Reduction Act, which is, you know, it's like, come on guys, can you for once just make a bill that isn't the exact opposite? You know, like the Patriot Act, you know, the Protecting Children Act, like all these things. Like can we just call it like Spending Bill 3, right? Let's say, you know what, new spending bill, guys. Let's just call it that, because this is getting fucking ridiculous, okay? National Security Act, all this shit. No, just call it fucking the Spending Act, okay? Oh, but don't worry, Joe Manchin and his new mansion he's gonna get for this. He says, we'll get like one new oil refinery, or we'll get some new gas leases or something, in the future. It's like, wait, what? Why would anyone do that? I mean, also, too, even if they do that, that's like 5 years to get the shit up to speed. Like, the problems that we're seeing now have been in motion for probably a decade now, okay? The shale oil industry has been completely kneecapped by low prices for a long time and inability to secure credit because there's no access to financing because of ESG initiatives and major financiers. It's like these are all things that anyone that pays any attention to these industries could tell you. All right? And I haven't been working in this industry for a while, and I know this still. But here we are. Europe's gonna overheat and then freeze in the winter, and gas is gonna be higher for longer. I agree completely. I don't see, you know, even if the war in Ukraine ended today, it's still still we're gonna see these high prices for longer. Because the dirty secret about OPEC and Saudi Arabia is that Saudi Arabia is already pumping at like almost at capacity. Okay, and they have never maintained this capacity. All right, like their facilities are not built to do it. So it's like there's no magical like production everyone can just bring online. So,
Yeah.
fun times.
It's not. Yeah, it's never going to be like that. And inflation is not going to go down because the Fed is the people are pricing in that the recession happens, productivity slumps, everything goes, and Fed is forced to back off and go to quantitative easing 5.
Right. That's the base case right now, is that QE is going to start back up. They're going to give up on raising rates. That's 100% the base case that the majority of the market has priced in. And on top of that, we have that issue there. But do you know what the COLA adjustment is for Social Security right now?
Really bad, I guess.
9.5%. So the official inflation rate, they say, is 8.5%. But apparently, Social Security holders are going to get a 9.5% COLA raise. Now,
Well,
I mean,
the
good
real
for them,
inflation
right?
is
They have more
like
money to
17.
survive these higher costs of living, right? But on the other hand, if you think about that for long-term fiscal health and how much that's going to cost, like, they're like, what is it like? They were saying the Social Security Trust Fund or whatever, it's going to be bankrupt in, 5 years, whatever it is. You think that's not going to escalate with a 9.5% COLA adjustment just for 1 year? Holy shit. It's going to hit fucking hard. On top of that, like, we haven't even seen the worst of food inflation. Like,
No, it's gonna get more really bad.
we're not at the coming grain shortage. Why do you guys think I'm doing keto? Just because I just want to look beautiful and thin? Yes. But also, grain's going to be expensive as fuck. Okay? Because two of the countries that provide 25% of grain to the world market are literally in open warfare with each other. That is not good for shipping grain. Not at all. No matter what. Even if both of them were 100% in agreement of getting grain shipped out, still, shit will happen. No matter what. So you've got that. And then, Sri Lanka literally had a coup that overthrew their government. Because why? They had an 100% ESG score. Oh, and people couldn't afford bread.
It was bad. Unfortunately, the prime minister fled, but a lot of the people who stormed the
They
palace.
stormed his palace.
Unfortunately, they started to crack down on those people. So,
Well, of course they did. I mean,
the new
that's
government is not going to like totally abandon its green climate thing, but it kind of feels like it was a show for nothing. But Sri Lanka is probably like the.
Are you trying to tell me that Sri Lanka's coup was there January 6th?
Well, the thing is, it was the whole country was in revolt. Basically, it wasn't just that. The president resigned, he fled, but the problem is the new government. The government didn't collapse, but it did lose legitimacy.
Well, I mean,
So
the
country
reality
might as well
is
be-
the same people are still in charge. They just have new management.
Yeah, it's that mega mind meme. You're freed, right? Oh, I wouldn't say freed. You're more like under new management.
Yeah. No, it's sure. I mean, they're obviously going to crack down on protesters because they would also like to not have their buildings stormed. Sensible enough, right? Here in a sensible Western democracy, we just open the front doors and then arrest them for multiple years with no trial.
Or railroad them or do stuff like Charlottesville, where the police funnel in the people.
Or the worst, where like that guy's kid sold him out. Like, are you kidding me? Dude's kid, the guy's son reported him to the cops.
Well, the dude.
Fuck that kid. He's not coming to Christmas ever again. Like, are you kidding me? It's your dad.
There was a story where someone in the Soviet Union did that, and they actually the son was murdered in retaliation by the family members for selling his father out to the Gulag and to the NKVD or KGB. I can't remember what time period it takes place
Report
in.
your dad to the Patriots, Hideo Kojima.
Yeah.
I
So
mean,
this guy,
this guy's like literal Hitler youth. Like, yes, my father is a dissident to the states. Put him in the Gulag.
yeah,
Send
it's
him to
real funny.
Auschwitz.
It's really funny to see him have Metal Gear stuff and be just, the type of lanky, claim to be non-binary guy to
Does
first,
Hideo Kojima claim to be non-binary, or does he just live that?
who knows? It's a type of
I mean, look, if you're just like kind of an effeminate dude who doesn't work out too much and is naturally skinny, and you're not like, oh, I'm an NB or I'm non-binary. Like, I don't think that's it. I just think there are some people, they can just eat whatever they want, stay skinny, and don't want to, bulk up. And like, that's fine. Hideo Kojima quote, but I am not a gay. Well,
what's so funny is so it's kind of weird, like, so when Chris Chan and when he comes up, I have noticed a lot of gimmick accounts and some are trying to coordinate and say, oh, Chris Chan, we do not consider him a transgender because, oh, he has all these bad opinions about them, and oh, he's only pretending to be a woman. And I'm like thinking, wait, so if you're saying Chris Chan is only pretending to be a woman, does that who else is pretending to be a woman
oh,
unless
you're
you?
saying you're saying they've opened Pandora's I guess.
Well,
You telling me they dilated Pandora's box there? Is that what you're saying?
well, so the point is like, you know, this 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 is like the concept.
So
It's
these are the people that would say
Chris Chan.
Caitlyn Jenner is not a transgender woman because of his wrong opinions, right?
Well, no, it would go this. So like, this concept is incoherent. The whole ideology, like this is what Nightmare Vision on Twitter kind of mentioned, is that it's fatally flawed to say someone as deranged as Chris is pretending to be trans, because the entire premise is that you are self-defining. The very idea of a real you that exists aside from your stated self-perception pretty much counters the entire ideology. And you notice like this is the unprincipled exception.
So you're
'Cause
saying that by gatekeeping the idea of self-identifying, they are denying the concept of self-identification.
yeah, because it's the idea like, the stated versus revealed preference gets really shown. And you have to think like there are people who suffer from like bulimia, anorexia, or schizophrenia.
Well,
And
I
if you
suffer.
try
I'm
to
actually transpirate, and my parents never let me get a peg leg or a hook on my arm. They did not. They didn't take out one of my eyes and give me an eye patch. So I guess I'm just a closeted transpirate. I'm sorry.
it is kind of funny to say about that. It's like the concept is self-defining because you know it this the identity disorder that people suffer when they think they're in the wrong body, but it's like the unprincipled exception to these other disorder things. They're called disorders. you know the
Yeah.
promise. How do you redefine? And you also have to consider this: the contemporary gender movement is like trying to redefine it in terms so to include all those who want to be included. But how can you exclude those who want to be excluded? You know,
How can you include those who want to be excluded?
or include those and exclude those who want to be excluded and all that. This is impossible. You cannot define, men and women in such that can every man and woman fall under this thing? It was tried for decades and it just doesn't work. So self-identification is like the way to try to fix this problem, but the more when you think about it, the more incoherent it becomes. And I think I pointed out like you can also see this happening in people, because you probably heard about this Minecraft update that started
not.
to like you can now be banned from servers if you say like a bad word and stuff like this. Like it's not just curse words and things like that.
It sounds like a
It was
typical Microsoft move.
yeah, but even saying the word idiot or like naming a village like dumb or idiot, that people have been getting banned for that. Like even the small like childish insults that like would never ever.
Wait, you're telling me I can't go to some random server, blow it up, and then leave, like, and I'd get banned for that?
Well, no, but it's like typing in the mean words in the chat, and the ban is so big, like it even like
You're saying
what
after you
happened.
pay $30 for Minecraft, if you name yourself Big Dick Idiot, they'll ban you?
It's just even if you type it in, you can even be banned from privates. If you're playing on a private server, you can be banned.
Okay, so
It
then in
is
that case, you would just want to go get a hacked copy of it or something. I mean, you really
You
have to
know,
play
or
Minecraft.
yeah, or go back to, or go play Club Penguin. I don't know.
What can you say in Roblox? I hear the kids are playing Roblox.
Yeah, I heard like there's like making Kim Kardashian sex tape memes there.
Wait, who was Kim Kardashian's sex tape with?
Ray J, some rapper.
Oh, okay. Huh. That made her famous.
Mm-hmm.
Weird. Okay. Okay. So Minecraft is getting extra handsy with their ban rules. It would seem.
Yeah.
Thanks,
I
Phil
also noted a
Spencer.
thing. So when someone pointed this out, I saw a tweet that went viral. You know,
All I'll say is
Nightmare
Notch
Vision.
would have never done it.
No, it's like anyone complains about censorship. You see an army of these, freaks. They show up and they run interference for it. This is noteworthy. Nightmare Vision said, like, noteworthy. This is the people who use their escapist video game addiction to fuel their dysphoria or their problems, and they adopt the tone of an 80s high school bully to feign a normal perspective and force through a group pile-on and collective self-reassurance. Have you kind of noticed that they like to pretend? It's like,
You mean that everyone likes to be the bully?
well, what they do, yeah, what they do is like they pretend like these are obviously people who like to present themselves as
Only if you
top
get caught,
dog.
Karn.
Well, it's like the people use video games as sort of a surrogate way to say, they like to pretend to be the normal ones when they're clearly not.
But they are the normal ones.
Well, that's what they say. They only enforce.
No, but they are in the cultural zeitgeist. I mean, there's nothing that says
Yeah.
they're not the normal ones.
You could
You
kind
know.
of see this too. It's like obviously there's some kind of weird consensus being on today. Like a lot of gimmick accounts, almost like you see it like incel replies, good Reddit, crazy ass moments in X
Look,
place.
Reddit clearly peaked with R watch people die. All right, that was the
Well,
best thing. That was the best Reddit had ever been.
No, but like the gimmick accounts on Twitter posting it's like these people solely exist to make abnormal people feel normal, or like try to be the moral authority on what is and what isn't normal.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the White House defining normal too. And the White House literally goes out and says, like, hey, we will go use my Department of Justice to ensure that we enforce our vision of gender on the country. Literally. The White House itself, I mean, has orders from the top to telling Merrick Garland, make sure that you go and tell state agencies and companies that they will treat these people in this way.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they're... Or it's like, you see that when, gimmick accounts break character, like you saw that over Roe v. Wade, that Gators Daily just went complete, full, like, peacefully sunset the Supreme Court justices in Minecraft mode.
Well, I don't approve of threats of violence, okay? Don't make threats.
Neither do I.
Don't make threats. Especially if you plan... No, don't make threats. That's where I'll leave this.
No violence.
Don't shoot any FBI agents. Please don't, because They have the worst punishment they can have. They have to be FBI agents. No one likes them.
And that's what you need to be careful, because like, the thing is with video games, I pulled myself out. People who fully immerse themselves in these medias, they risk disassociating themselves from reality and themselves, and it gets a lot of people who are autistic. Like, just look at Christian. That's exactly what happened to him. Is like he got fully immersed in the
Is he
Sonic
really
media.
autistic, or is he just a dumb, mentally ill person?
Well, he's the kind of person that, like, if he never had access to the internet or just was very secluded, chances are he would just be a kind of a weird guy who just makes drawings, but isn't like.
I don't know about that.
I seriously doubt that he would. I seriously doubt he would be as infamous as he was like 100 years ago.
Well, obviously, without an internet, he would not have been infamous. I mean, at worst, he would have been a weird. I don't know. He'd probably just be like a smut painter or something back in the day.
Yeah, he wouldn't be like. He wouldn't be internet famous for all the wrong reasons.
But I don't think he would just magically be a functional person.
No. Yeah, speaking of eyes losing, man, you guys see the attack. So we had two interesting stories about possible, like, so Samud Rashadi.
Salman Rushdie, yeah, some asshole tried to fucking murder him. Someone tried to make good on the old Iranian fatwa.
Yeah. And this is
unfortunately, Salman Rushdie survived.
Somehow.
Stabbed him in the fucking neck. Gee, yeah.
He also lost an eye.
Oh my gosh!
He was slashed in his face, and they probably hit.
He lost his eye? Are you telling me he's gonna be punished, Salman Rushdie now?
Yeah.
Oh my god. I'll just say I'm excited for his next book now.
Yeah,
I just want a portrait of him wearing full punched venom snake attire on the front of it.
It's kind of, so you know what this backstory is, Geeky, on this?
On what?
The whole fatwa on his head, Salman Rushdie.
Oh, he wrote the satanic verse, and a lot of Muslim people really don't like the satanic verse. So the Iranian Ayatollah in 1987, I think, put out a fatwa on him, basically saying that good men of Islamic character should go murder him. And even in 2019, the current Ayatollah was like, "Yeah, no, it's still there. We're still saying kill him."
Yeah, it's like there's a bounty on his head because of this. Now, there's been other sort of weird, and so there was also the story in Albuquerque. You heard about this ghost as well?
Which one in Albuquerque?
So there was a spree where, like, a Sunni Muslim guy was angry.
Oh yes, the guy who killed the 4 Shia Muslims, right?
Yeah. So he was angry that his daughter had married a Shia, and so he went around basically drive-by, finding all the Shiite Muslims that were living in Albuquerque and just murdering them. Like,
what, do they have like a grinder for finding Shia Muslims? How did he just track them down?
I think he just knew who was what in this place. I mean, Albuquerque. Remember, Albuquerque had that, like, Islamist terrorist camp that was like.
Oh yeah,
in 2018.
I remember that story. They were like training kids to shoot guns, like assault rifles and shit, right?
Yeah, some kind of mujahideen out in the New Mexican desert.
I'm not saying I'm surprised that, like, there are, Islamic people in Texas, obviously. Or New Mexico. I'm just surprised that, like, he tracked them down. I just assumed he'd go to, like, a gathering or like a Shia mosque or something.
Well, that has happened too. I mean, there have been suicide bombings by Shia that they blow up Shiite mosques. There have been, like, targeted killing. I mean, there's a whole kind of proxy conflict going on between Saudi Arabia and Iran, which each side is backing militias and civil wars that are on opposite sides.
Yeah, they're throwing around their influence to the best of their ability. But,
Yeah.
So do you get... So you probably...
Shit.
Yeah. So the whole point, do you understand why they're different?
Oh, one of them thought Muhammad's son would be the great prophet, and the other thought his like successor
His
would
uncle
be uncle or whatever.
like that.
Well, so it happened. So when Muhammad dies, there was say like who should succeed him as the caliph, the leader of the Islamic community, and the head, basically kind of like the Pope in a sense, or like the head patriarch, of the Muslim Ummah,
Patriarch of the
community.
faith, I guess, probably an
Yeah,
accurate
sort of.
term.
Yeah.
But supreme
So-
leader.
So that they suggest that let's elect the leader, and let's see who the best guy is. Let's go with Abu Bakr, because he was there to see it from the beginning to the end of Muhammad's life. And there was the faction was like, no, it should go to Ali, his cousin. This should be a hereditary sort of decision. And there was a dispute. Now Abu Bakr was the first caliph, but he didn't last very long. There was another two. These were the four rightly guided caliphs, the ones with the strongest claim to succeed. Now, Ali eventually was caliph, made caliph. So the people who did it was, they get the name Ashia Tasa, which means in Arabic the party of Ali, basically the Ali faction, and they become the.
But now is the Ali faction? Does the Muhammad bloodline come all the way through, or does it end somewhere?
There is actually quite a lot. Now let me look it
But,
up.
like, do they have descendants? I mean, and aren't they not even the leaders of their church now?
And didn't like Muhammad bang like 80 wives?
Of
Possibly. But
let's see, descendants of the yeah. Let's see, genealogy. There is a lot of ancestry, like now there's people who say like there's a lot of Islamic dynasties would claim to be like descendants of like the Ibrahim, Ishmael, Khwaridites. The Umayyad dynasty would claim this.
You're saying it's like claim. It's some of the tons of people claim. Yeah.
Yeah. There is a lot to say. Like, Muhammad himself had like the Abdullah, Amma, Shayabra, sons and daughters, and they married sons and daughters. It's Sayyid is the title denoting people who are accepted as descendants of Muhammad.
It looks
So
like
they were-
the
they were-
line. It looks like the line ends, though. I think.
Yeah, so like people who were descendants, one example would be like Abdullah Rahman Zarir Sayyid Hussein these are very, very long names.
Called Sadat.
So there's probably like, how Genghis Khan has like 16 million descendants? There's probably tens of millions of Muslims who have some link to Muhammad's family.
Huh. But, I mean, yeah, it's like, like I'm related to King Arthur, basically, for them, right? That'd be the equivalent, yeah.
Yeah,
King
some of these,
Arthur. I mean,
like,
there's
are
a
families
historical
who are-
figure of King Arthur, but yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah, so the Sayyids are the they're also different brands. Like the Shia Sayyids settled in Iran, like Husani, Mustavani, Kazimi, Razivi, Eshtakharian.
They say the
Yeah,
King
they're-
of Jordan is a descendant, but I'm guessing that's just
Yeah.
some claim he makes.
Yeah, it's sand people shit.
Well, I would just say it's
Yeah.
like, I'm sure he can dunk pretty well. I mean, if he's the King of Jordan,
Mm-hmm.
I would be shocked if he couldn't. But, okay, alright, so then what's the point of it anymore, right? If there's no legal descendants anymore, then,
Well, it's
like,
it's because there's a lot of things like many Sunnis would say that the Shias distort the meaning of the Quran, and they twist it to fit their agenda, and the Shias would say it was the Sunnis who did that, and people would they use it like this is an argument I don't get into because I'm not a Muslim, And
Right.
I think most of the Muslims who follow me on Twitter and some mutuals are Sunnis, so they're going to have they're going to be the ones who will fill in their perspective and say this is why the Sunnis were right and how the Shias pollute the religion with their weird, lore, like the 12th are imams, like, you know, our religion will be led by 12 grand imams. We've had 11, but the 12th one is hidden. He will come when the time is right and when the last day is called and judgment is upon us.
I see.
It's it's a
I
yeah,
mean,
the current
so, okay, the King of Jordan says, according to family tradition, Abdullah is the 41st generation agnatic descendant of Muhammad's daughter Fatima and her husband, Ali the fourth Rashidun Caliph.
yeah,
And wait a minute, is Jordan a Sunni Muslim or Shia Muslim country?
Jordan is Sunni.
Sunni. Okay, so that would make sense that
Yeah.
their king would be, well, would at least would claim to be a direct descendant, right?
Yeah. He's considered the 42nd true. Yeah, so it's the 42nd generation descendant. It's a long time.
A lot of JoJo seasons to go through to get there, I guess. But we always say such nice things about you. Of course we do, Lotus. We always say nice things about you, inshallah, my brother. Okay. All right. So, but yes, this was a dispute. Oh, this was a religious dispute. The guy's daughter married someone of the opposite sect, and he got mad, so he murdered 4 people. And that was
He murdered 4 Sunni. He murdered 4 Shia Islam.
Right. He murdered 4 people. Did he murder his daughter's husband?
No, I don't think he did because it would be like too obvious. He just decided to take revenge on like the people who follow the religion as a stand-in for his anger.
Man, this sounds like a cartoon villain.
Yeah.
That's terrible. That's terrible. I may not be a Muslim or Islamic, but that's fucked up, man. Especially it's 4 people that had nothing to do, with what he's mad about. Got honor killed for dumb shit reasons. In funnier news, though, have you seen the news story about how people in Mexico are mad that Californians are moving there for cheap rent?
Oh, the irony.
Yep.
I know. It's like, hey, we're all moving here for cheap rent and cheap food because we can all work remote. And they're like, these fucking Californians. They're the plague. They're parasites. There is no place they cannot go, or they will not piss people off.
It's kind of funny that Spain and Portuguese people have been complaining about Californians coming to their places. Even Californians have such a bad reputation, not just in other states, but abroad as well.
Well, it's so bad it's so bad the bars have to do like English menus, and the locals are even pissed because they can't even get a menu in their own language.
I love it.
Yeah, they're like, we're in the capital of our own city, and nobody speaks Spanish. They're all speaking English, and I'm like, well, how does it feel?
Well. I do kind of feel bad for them though, because they're not the ones who are crossing the border illegally, and taking advantage of our public services and sending tons of money back. They're the ones actually at home, and no one should be subject to Californians. But yes, in the cosmic grand scheme of things, oh, irony. It's the Palpatine meme. How ironic.
The crazy part is, it's not even like Hispanics come in mostly. It's all the refugees been in lately. Like, because I have to work in these services still, and I see mostly like people from like the Congo, Rwanda, Ethiopia, and like Afghanistan, Iraq, and all those little shithole countries.
I just ask that Governor Abbott keep sending buses and buses to New York and Washington D.C.
Oh well, did you hear
Because
that?
I loved it. I was like, we have to call the National Guard. This is an emergency. We can't just have these people be dumped here. What the hell is this? This is like third world shit. You can't just dump these people here. They don't know how to speak the language. They can't take care of themselves. They're a burden to us. Oh, really now? Tell me more. California man over here. Tell me more.
Yes.
Yeah,
and that was like less than 10,000 people. And what we get like what, a million or probably a couple hundreds of thousands at least, a million every year. That just I was like, wow, really? You tell me you're having trouble with that few? Oh, okay.
I saw a funny comic where like Mexicans kind of obtuse about why is he building the wall, and then he looks and sees all the Californians, and it's all like the Silicon Valley weird people. They're like gumming up the thing is like, oh my god, please finish that wall, don't send any more Californians.
I know, that's the way. See, we are a blight on everything.
And well, speaking of blights, the big story everyone talks about, the raid on Mar-a-Lago.
Yes,
What a way to-
raiding
what
of
a-
the president's home for documents, allegedly, is the claim.
Yeah, but also just the backfiring and this effect is. I mean, this was the unnecessary escalation that I think they just had to do, just to pretend like.
I'm trying to read deeper into this, and I'm trying. Like I look at this, and it's just like they had to know, right? Like this. Like, come on. You have one of the most public people in the world who, happen to be president, and you're going to go raid his home. For a while, for a second, I was like, is this just how they're going to get rid of Brandon? Is this their plan, just like make this a Watergate type scandal where, oh no, we have to replace him. There's nothing we can do about this. This will not stand, Mr. President. I cannot abide this. Like, I thought for a little, I'm like, is this them doing that? Because, I've been told for, about a year, like, oh, they're just going to wait till year 3 and then put Kamala so she can have 3 terms. And I'm like, no, they're not. They do not want, I don't even think they want to run Kamala again in 24, okay? She has been an abject disaster in polling and approval. She's accomplished nothing. Like, it is no. They're gonna go with like Newsom or Joe Manchin or something. And fortunately, Joe Manchin seems to have sank his mainstream political career with all of his belly aching and flip flopping. If you look at his polling numbers, they're abysmal now. Like, more Republicans, more of every party dislikes him by like a 20-point margin, and just like he grandstanded and then was like, I have to see the next inflation numbers to make sure we aren't being irresponsible. And then immediately, like, inflation was at all-time highs. And like, wait, now we have to pass this giant green energy boondoggle. Okay.
Yeah, which is probably gonna make inflation worse.
Oh, it will. Oh, 87,000 IRS agents. Now, the obvious story that caught the headlines was we need IRS agents willing to murder people. That was like, willing to use deadly force against people. Like, which to me sounds like, oh, you guys making tax man death squads? Is that what we're getting? Jeez. But the reality is, I think they're saying like 51% of the new audits are estimated to be on people making less than $75,000 a year. Like the whole big deal is we don't want to raise a cent of taxes on anyone making under X $100,000. While we give massive tax giveaways for electric cars and solar panels to upper class families.
Yes, I get it. We live in a cacostocracy, but I just didn't think
we live in a society, Yellow Lantern, and somehow making all of our cars recharge off the coal natural gas grid is going to be more carbon neutral than our well-established gas station network of fuel-efficient cars. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're living in Al Gore's world.
Oh,
Clown
it's
World
much worse.
War is what I like to call it.
My favorite is that, have you seen Leonardo DiCaprio's like mega yacht, and it's so boy I mean it's like, yeah, so that to drive that for 30 minutes is like a million gallons of diesel or some not a million, but it was just some absurd number, right, that you could like power like like 10 or 20 like semi trucks to run it for like 30 minutes to idle it on the beach.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to lecture me how I need to listen to Greta Thunberg on I guess eating the bugs and saving the climate and being born on the same day as Kyle Rittenhouse. That's what they're going to lecture me on.
Freaky
But
coincidences.
I know.
But it's just so much fun. I'm gonna probably get off pretty quick. So it's just us, the war in Ukraine goes on. It'll probably be
Nobody cares anymore.
I mean,
well,
it's funny.
except
They've
if
kind of
you're
abandoned it too. I mean, if they're accusing people
they're
of
starting
actually
to
bad shit, I mean, they're turning on
there's
them.
there is this element where they're realizing maybe Ukraine isn't the best place to cheer on. I mean, it's kind of a weird thing too, because you have them trying to do stuff like shell a nuclear power plant under Russia that's under control of the Russians, or like having Twitter accounts celebrating bombing civilians or having them flee in terror as they're being attacked. Like there
I
was an
mean, we
instance,
already had that anyways before. Like all the
yeah.
Middle Eastern accounts would do it all the time. So it's
It's
just
just
changing the group.
I mean,
So
the
yeah,
reality of Ukraine is how our leaders would like to operate us, the way that they operate. That's how they
yeah,
wish to operate. I mean,
and it's
ban your
just
political opposition, criminalize dissent, get further and further control over society, massive corruption. I mean, that's the people in charge, the actual
yeah.
politicians. That's the world they want to live in. They want to be
I would
Ukraine.
say the
They aspire
corruption's
to.
worse because a lot of it's
Oh, I'm not
basically
saying
legalized.
the corruption is much worse in Ukraine, definitely. But I'm just saying that's how our leaders want it to be.
Well, I was also talking about the West too. Even here, a lot of it is just legalized through backdoor channels and all these other sorts of official terms that would
Bribery is an
be,
impossible charge to lay at a politician.
yeah.
It is. They've
Otherwise, it would
literally
all
made
go
it
to jail.
impossible for you to get
Yeah,
arrested for bribery.
I
I mean,
mean, it's how like Diana Feinstein, like she's able to be
have a
this
Chinese
eternal,
spy as her driver for several months. Eric Swalwell can
or
literally have sex and cheat with a Chinese spy for several
and
months, and
then you
everyone just
have
pretends it never happened.
like her husband basically strip mines America's natural resources and material minerals and just sells it to China
And
as
then
just
Eric
yeah,
Menendez, the guy
Pelosi,
who trafficked underage girls, just nothing happened to him. He was fine. Decided that
Pelosi's
they
insider
weren't going to charge
trading.
him. Yeah. Look, Paul Pelosi is just an amazing trader. He just happens to know when major U.S. policy changes are going to happen, right?
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's it's kind of how politics as usual.
It's just what it is. It is kind of this weird sense of the world is. I mean, it feels like the U.S. is becoming sort of like the Ottoman Empire as it got worse, decline, but everyone else is trying to prop it up because the second it disintegrates, it just brings a whole new era of instability.
Well, you're talking about the transition from a unipolar to a multipolar world, right?
Yeah, and it's just the escalation. Do you think there might be some more uh, fiery but mostly peaceful events in the U.S. in the future? Just
No,
looking at it,
not in the short term. Definitely not
Not
before
until the
November.
black guy dies.
No, not even that. They won't make a big deal about it. Not until November. They
yeah,
the
I like how
Democrat Party
Twitter is.
cannot have cities ignite before the midterm election. They can't because they're in charge. Right. If it happened, it would be catastrophic. They would lose 100 seats in the House if there was another summer of love. 100%. There would be record Republican majorities just because it's like, okay, you failed on the economy, you failed on every foreign policy decision, and now and crime is on the rise, by the way. Lots of people are getting murdered, lots of people are getting robbed. That's all happening. But if it escalated to the national scale, right, it became a national issue, oh my gosh, it would be devastating.
Yeah, did you see that video goes in the San Diego where like a woman like killed 6 people? Like she was drunk driving her car and like
Oh my
plowed into like
gosh.
there was a story about this kind of thing where like because of the lax law enforcement and just the repeated, you could argue, soft on crime, you're having serial offenders do something like this.
Oh
And
yeah,
this
no, that's. I mean, what was it? The guy. Remember the guy in the bodega who had to stab the guy to save his life? Yeah, fed him off. The guy who attacked him had like how many priors? There was the Goldman Sachs analyst. He was on a train. He was going to work because the mayor told him, "Go on a train to work, Mister J.P. Morgan or whatever."
and is murdered by
Yeah, he was murdered by a guy with 20 prior offenses, including attempted murder with a firearm. Like.
Yeah.
Like, guys. Oh, and the thing about New York is there's no bail.
It's cashless bail.
Cashless
and the
bail.
funny thing, you have to remember, there was a congressman. He was like, he was campaigning like against cashless bail and saying like this is letting criminals off the hook. He was nearly.
And the guy who attacked him, was let out.
Was
with
literally
no bail
let out on the next day
after attempted political assassination.
Yep. It's crazy town stuff.
Like, look, if I was running a dystopian city like New York, even I would be like, no, guys. No, don't let that guy go. We're going to hold that guy.
There's supposed to be a process for this sort of thing.
No, like, even if I said there was no process for anyone and, let everyone else out, I'd be like, no, this guy we're keeping. Why? Because it would look so bad. So unbelievable. It would be so fucking stupid to just let him out on the street. Like,
right.
It would be. Because, come on. There's got to be, like, someone in there that's just, like, their media advisor. Like, dude, do you know what it looks like you just did? What? You said it was okay to attempt to kill that guy. You put him out on the street. You said it was open season on him. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? But, idiots can do a lot of damage, I think is what we're learning.
Yeah, and it's the consequences of, the progressives essentially revealing, yeah, we're pro-crime. The criminals essentially allowed us to take power in cities by driving out all the inhabitants who vote for the other party. And I mean, that's sort of the whole thing of what happened in the post-civil rights movement era. And there was, Nightmare Vision's pinned tweet is the Rosedale thread he did on the book Rosedale, where it showed like one of several cases where demographic displacement happened to the people because it was just continuous low-level crime that led up to serious ones like arson, theft, and murder. And the residents just had enough of it and just decided to pack up. And this happened everywhere.
Well, you also have to pair that with, the burgeoning welfare state and overburdensome taxes. And I mean, like, property taxes in Illinois alone probably pushed out a lot of people. Like, I mean, I'm not saying crime wasn't a major factor. You can't send your kids safely to school.
Well, it's just that, people just couldn't state the obvious even back then.
Well, I mean, people see it. People see it, and then you see people's actions more than what they said. They weren't writing long, columns in newspapers. They were just packing up. Yeah.
I think someone pointed out, when the reason this thread was important is that the kind of low-level aggression towards elderly people, especially, and just the regulars. It's not the case of just teens behaving badly. You can't handle that with
Chris Chan. Well, Chris Chan wasn't a teenager, but
but like I'm talking about like in general, not the. That's a completely different situation. That's internet stuff. Like, you know, if you have like a bunch of people, if you have a bunch of these people like mob, like there was a video of like these people at a Chicago park just surrounding an old couple's vehicle, jumping on it, dancing, and for like a good few minutes until the cops showed up to chase them off. Like that's the kind of experiences that people would have back in the day after all the stuff was unleashed in the 60s. You know, it's to say if you get a group of people like that together, no one's really going to get punished. You can overwhelm all the local legal systems and especially if you have lawyers and activists willing to basically hold up any sort of criminal proceedings for them. Like, it's just because think about this: you can't arrest these people. It's impossible for one or two officers to get their hands on all of them. And then if you have a cell phone in the mix, and if you try to handcuff one of these people, and they decide to resist or get into a fight, and it leads to a confrontation where someone pulls a gun out, just you could lead, all of a sudden you have a national hate campaign against you, and you're going to spend decades in federal prison thanks to civil rights law and hate crime legislation. Now, keep in mind, like before this happened, there was a non-zero chance that if a mob of people were going towards a police officer, he would just start blasting if he felt very outnumbered or faced a risk of violence. And the law went after him because, this sounds cruel and unusual, but when you start blasting people, it puts a stop to that kind of behavior very quickly. You know, that's the thing. Did you know, Ghost, that cops could actually shoot at fleeing suspects? There was actually, it was not against any sort of laws because, some of these people could just get away with stuff in perpetuity because, a group of people distract the officer, they overpower him, and someone makes off with the loot. Like, there was no way for someone like that to, like, you would need, like, an entire convoy of cops to try to, like, stop the robbers. And did you know the case that put an end to that practice?
Was it Rodney King?
No, it was Tennessee versus Gardner. In 1974, Memphis cops shoot at a home invader as he flees the scene, as the state law actually mandated that you try to stop people from like leaving the scene of their crime. But the federal court intervened and claimed the law violated the Fourth Amendment. What was one of the reasons this effect happened? Because of this, many of these rulings has made it very hard to take down criminals in the act. Memphis, just look at the city of Memphis. It has one of the highest crime rates in the country, and you go around and you're like, did a bomb
Well, I think it got a
land
little
on some of these
lower when
buildings?
Ralph left, right?
What'd you say?
It got a little lower when Ralph left. You go to. Was he ever living in Memphis? I don't know.
Oh, for a while. And
For a
then he
while.
went to
See, it got
Virginia.
lower when he left.
Well, yeah, but it's probably back to its much higher rates thanks
Oh
to
yeah, maybe.
the war on local police and state that's people said defund the police means destroy local police, arm federal police.
Right. No, I mean the goal of the campaign is to make an official like national police force that can be used politically. Brown shirts or whatever. That's what they want. I mean, they don't want local police officers that are connected to the people they're governing. They want, they want uniformed thugs that aren't connected to those communities.
One of the people, why do people like to kind of romanticize rural or suburban living? Is that a lot of especially in the South or the West? Well, that's because many of the world class cities became more and more unlivable for normal people over the course of a few decades. Because most people, it's not worth the sudden increased risk of being a victim of a random crime. It's just not worth it, and especially it's happened to famous people. Like there was a NASCAR driver stabbed to death by some crazy homeless druggie guy with a bunch of warrants too. And this huge increase in crime was a result of these kind of policy changes. And this is when the crime bill came in the 90s, where the murder rate was extremely high as well as others. So the crime bill, as you know, increased the amount of like time someone would spend in jail for even more minor offenses as a way to incapacitate criminals. and now they want to get rid of that too.
Yeah, I've I believe me, I live in California. We have some, metropolitan jurisdictions where anything sold under $1,000 is, anything you steal under $1,000 is like a slap on the wrist. So literally no punishment. So I think, what was it, like all the CVS's or something closed up in Oakland and San Jose. It was just like, nope, we're good, we're done.
And the worst is the you guys, you know about the serial killers and the zebra killers, Ghost?
Zebra killers. I should. That's a California thing, right?
Yes.
You
Basically,
mean the Zodiac
zebra
killer?
murders. Well, yeah. So basically, in the 1970s, there was an instant case where there was they arrested 4 black nationalists associated with the Nation of Islam that grew out of the radicalism of the 60s. At least 4 participants were convicted of murdering at least 15 random white people in San Francisco. And people forget that the ACLU and NAACP, they sued the San Francisco Police Department to stop them from searching for people who look like the suspects. Like, for example, the target, the most obvious suspect for the people from that Nation of Islam branch. It's a kind of a weird schismatic cult thing, the whole Afrocentric kind of Islamic stuff. They advocated for the killing of whites.
Isn't there like the Louis Farrakhan stuff?
Yeah, kind of like that. Because since the SP, they didn't want to target them because didn't want another civil rights lawsuits. And keep in mind, because the liberal federal judge took over direct oversight of all hiring promotions because the San Francisco Police Department was accused of violating the Civil Rights Act and promoting racism. And so here's the emergency situation. If you have organized groups of these, they're murdering people at random without warning. The most obvious solution to this problem is to search for people to match the description, as well as
the obvious solution is to move, but yes, that too.
The problem
might help to find
them because the civil rights law constitution that, as Christopher Campbell argued, overthrew and is the current law used, it wouldn't allow for such profiling. Because, it's pretty obvious the case. There was a lot more than just 4 people at the NOI that was involved in the killings. In fact, this was the guy who ended up ratting out the 4 killers went into witness protection. And the whole thing is like, the truth is, there are some digging. They think that, in fact, 73 people were murdered by the zebra killers.
Wait, why were they called zebra killers?
I don't know where it came from. I guess it was just the black and white stuff. It was just
black on white crime.
Maybe, or just.
I'm just trying to figure out, like, zebra killers.
The nickname people were given it is because of that. It's just a return to total dysfunction because, and it's the same thing with the Black Panther stuff. Like, people kind of dislike the idolization of them because they're not. These people have this perception they were self-determinist, disciplined group who wanted this. Reality is, I think it's one of my mutuals, future Moldovan citizen, once said they were really a Marxist group who they really wanted the government to take people's money away and give them a blank check. They would all be enthusiastic.
Weren't they also running like soup kitchens and stuff too, like on the side? So
yeah, they would have a front of a legitimate business, but in practice they do some pretty.
Wait, I'm confused. How is this any different? How is this any different than my current politicians?
Not too much, but they were busy. Okay. The whole point is, like, if the Black Panthers were here as they were back then, they would all be enthusiastic Democrats. If you're a conservative who claimed to stand the Black Panthers because, they liked guns, you should logically, it's like saying, I like the Bolsheviks and the MS-13 because they like guns too. But they're the same destructive force.
Well, what's important? The importance is defending, the right of people that have guns. I'm sure they only defend the right of themselves to have guns. There's a difference.
Yeah. Now, people like to say, what about Reagan? Did he ban open carry because of them? I was like, why he had to do that? Because there was a phenomenon. A lot of the Black Panthers, they would follow cops around with guns, and whenever they would intervene or they pulled someone over, they would show up next to them and threaten to shoot them if they were basically preventing them from intervening in crimes.
Yeah, that's still not an excuse for the Brady Bill. The Brady Bill is inexcusable.
Well, you can see that's the whole thing. It's like
that would have gone away eventually, regardless of what law you pass.
it's the classic. It's the Juvenilian high-low versus middle. The criminal underclass is given a path to respectability, and is given
but the importance of it is that the Brady Bill has done irreparable damage to gun rights, and this was not worth what they did. Okay, the situation is not any better; it's only worse now.
Yeah, well, the thing is, we're at the point where
now they don't even have to carry guns to prevent the law from being enforced. So the Brady Bill is still a massive net negative.
But you can see how it came about.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean I can excuse it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I can't excuse that.
It's unfortunate return to the meme. It's total dysfunction everywhere.
It's functioning, just not for us.
Well, that's the point.
The thing is, right now, you live under fascism, but you're the other in the system. That's the problem. You live under absolute fascism, and you're the other.
This is
absolutely fascism, 100%. 100%. They're criminalizing dissent. They're working with corporations to input their agenda. Like, it's absolutely fascism, 100%.
Well, it's actually mass democracy. That's really
no. It's absolutely fascism. After that election, no, it is not mass democracy, sir. Well, they canceled that election, 100%.
Well, because, like I said,
they literally seized power.
The American right wing has been banned since 1933.
They literally seized power.
They did in the 30s.
They did, and then they did a Reichstag fire. They literally did a Reichstag fire. Right after seizing power, to claim more. Like what? Like they did. Like this is their entire playbook. I mean, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, this is because I studied the history and the literature. I mean, this is what I read.
I've studied the history and literature too, and this is what we're definitely living in.
Well, I mean, I guess you're going to subscribe to Mulbuck's theory that America is a communist country.
No. No, because I'm not a retard, okay? No, we live under fascism right now. That's absolutely true. And it sucks, because we're the other. We're not the people the system normally abuses, or is set up to abuse. Or we're not the Han Chinese, okay? We're not the preferred class of the system.
I would say the correct is that
we're not ethnic Germans here, okay? The system is not set up for us.
It's a kekostocracy. It's ruled by the worst. And it uses the veneer of anti-fascism to basically...
But it is fascism! Nothing about this is anti-fascist. There are literal brown shirts that go around and cause havoc. Like,
Well, that's the whole point.
They literally cause terror to make people demand more intervention. Like, what? Like this... Like, we're totally living this.
Well, it's just the way in which the society, how managerialism played out.
Managerialism. This is fascism. What are you talking about? Like, there are corporations coordinating with the government to initiate government objectives all over. What?
It's what it is. I mean, we're not. I've read the books on fascism, fascist literature, what scholars had to say, like Ernest Nolte or Stanley Payne, and even from people from the right and from the left. What we're dealing with is not fascism. Fascism.
No, this is definitely fascism. We even have forced medical programs too. Like, we're getting everything. We're getting literally everything. I mean, we just got 87,000 more brown shirts in that bill. Like, what?
Like I said,
you're definitely living under fascism. You're living in denial.
Well, this is worse. I think far more. It's just anti-fascism has become more threatening.
I don't see what's anti-fascist about any of this. The only thing I can see is maybe because the Antifa called themselves Antifa, but they're clearly thugs for the regime. Like, that's what it's been.
That's
I'm like,
the
what?
Purpose.
They're literally fascist goons. Claiming to be anti-fascist.
Well,
It's
that's what
amazing.
Kaczynski called the system's neatest trick. It funnels rebellious impulses and channels them towards the regime's enemies.
Right. They're functioning exactly like a fascist state. We're just the outgroup. And I realize that we're the outgroup. And it's like, oh, well, shit. This sucks. It's not about us. But, yeah.
Yeah, we're dealing with something completely new, and I don't know if the name, like I said, it's the
I
era
don't
of
know.
mass
It's got all the
democracy.
markings of an existing system that failed in the 30s and 40s, and then in Spain. Like I'm just saying, like this, we have all the markings of this. It's like it smells like a
Yeah.
duck, it quacks like a duck. Like what? Maybe it's a duck.
I just think it's something else. It's not like naming is important, and the ideology. Like I said, when I talked to Nigel Carlsbad in a couple Twitter spaces, he would describe it as rule by the rabble, rule by the mob, rule by the rabble, the rule by the bad. When you study like books like Jonah Clonitis or Ludwig von Haler, who
So
warned
what?
about stuff.
Traditional oligarchy?
Yeah, I mean, Nigel Carlsbad actually just did a thread where he said, no, the National Socialists were not Nietzsche's people. They were actually not. They were not even that crazy to begin with, but they certainly weren't like. He had a thread where he kind of despaired because he's had criticisms of Bronze Age Pervert, of Moldbug, and all these others of their writings because he's a legitimist author. He actually would say that like conservatism, pretty much the old world liberal conservatism died when Germany after the Franco-Prussian War, because the unification of Germany brought a new paradigm to Europe that completely changed conceptual politics and history. That's one of his theses, and there's something I agree with, there's stuff I don't agree with, and he would say like a good article like the myth of the socially conservative old left, they were never that way. And Martin would say like all this talk of class warfare and all this kind of thing, it's like an excuse for like certain people of certain types of people can get revenge on another group because
So wait,
for
you're,
just
you're saying they're making the argument that even though, Gore was riding around with Confederate flags and they passed the Defense of Marriage Act and other stuff, that they didn't really believe in those things?
no, because that's something completely different. I mean,
Well, I
we're
mean, you're talking about socially conservative Democrats, right? Like, those all
well,
sound like...
The Overton window hadn't shifted yet, but it was pretty much baked in with the academic agent would say
So
culture is
you're
downstream
saying
from
that the
law.
Defense of Marriage Act, that was the fringe of the Overton window at the time, and then everyone...
No, that was the mainstream, but Cthulhu always swims left because
Yeah, no, I know, but
that's
you're
that's how it
saying,
was.
but you're saying that even then, passing something like that was the Overton window, and so you're saying they were just as far left on the Overton window as they felt they could be?
No, that it wasn't mainstream yet. I mean, I think a lot of the things that really accelerated the internet did because of the way algorithms go for like the most fanatical and zealous of clicks. So that turned out to be the progressives because the most intolerant win. But also, it was forming within the universities. Like it was probably all. There's a good article about called "The Revolution Was" by a pseudonym by the name of Gary and Garrett, and he said like, guys, the revolution happened way more like the second people started to discuss these things, they were already losing. Like we don't like if people have to debate the concept of what is and isn't a woman, it's already going out the window. The people are
Well, I
able.
mean, what was this former KGB guy, right? Said, capture the institution, infiltrate the institutions, infiltrate all that.
Well, it's what Nick Land also said, like in one of his essays about like there's actually a really good chapter of the Dark Enlightenment called "The Cracker Factory," and he said like the left thrives on dialectics. It thrives on contradiction and debate. It's able to form a logic of explosion and able to sustain power through that, while the right perishes. And due to its control of apparatus and messaging, it controls the center, so the center will always move left whenever the
Well,
right challenges it.
I think that the left's whole thing is pretending not to know things on a, a would you call it, a sociopathic level of being able to pretend not to know things and being effective communicators. Now, effective, yes, but deceptive communicators, right? Because the entirety of modern left zeitgeist right now is to pretend not to know things, and claim the moral high ground. Right. I think we can agree on that, right? Like, just like that's kind of the core of their ideologies. Like, pretend not to know things. At least that's how my read
It's
of it.
playing the hatching. That's an argument. Someone said it's like they pretend to hatch like a chicken, and they pretend like they have. Yeah, it's the tactical, pragmatic forgetting stuff.
Yeah,
Well,
like, look, we just don't charge bail and everything's going to be fine, even though knowing, no, this will lead to further escalation of crime. And like, it's like, no, it definitely, how could we know they would do that?
Yeah, the second you hold them consequence of their own actions, they might relent, but I doubt it.
Well, they did fire that DA in San Francisco. I mean, you don't get more communist than San Francisco, and they were like, okay, well, we're getting rid of this DA.
I mean, certain exceptions exist, but what about the other neighboring cities and all the other places around the state that have the same type of criminal reform-minded prosecute DAs?
I mean, the thing about the one in San Francisco specifically was it was like he was recalled. I will be very interested to see, when their terms come up, how they perform. So the answer is we'll see. Now, obviously,
it's just
these are fortified elections, so
now
do with that information what you will.
Yeah, now Twitter wants to step in, and of course, this is the same Twitter.
Sorry, they've pre-bunked it.
Yeah, pre-bunked. You've been pre-bunked.
Pre-bunked?
Yeah, this is the same type of thing that censored stories and is actually now being sued for colluding with the U.S. government. I mean, it was never a private company. Silicon Valley literally only got started because of all the government contracts and handouts they got.
I think the best way to understand Twitter, I've heard this metaphor used, and the idea of Twitter, as the way you understand why Twitter can't be a private company, is think of Twitter as a free coffee shop, right? Just nice coffee shop. No one pays for any of the coffee. It doesn't make any money, and people go there. People love it. People have a great time there. And everyone wonders, how the fuck do you keep offering free coffee? The rent's not cheap here. How do you afford this? Well, Twitter does make money because of ad revenue, but no sane person thinks Twitter's ad revenue can cover their costs of their servers. On top of the fact that every single user Twitter adds extra cost on top of it. It's like exponentially increase their cost because that Twitter user has to be able to interact with all the other Twitter users and see them, and it has to be it doesn't make sense, right? Like it doesn't make any fucking sense how Twitter could work. And the answer is because either, military, government, something in the background is either bringing their server costs down, or they have some deal that no one can beat. And that's also the reason for all the drama surrounding the Twitter purchase. There's just literally things they cannot say. So we'll see about that. But yeah, no, Twitter cannot have been a private company ever. Like it's not feasible.
No. And good luck Musk trying to fight it in court with taking all the stuff.
I mean, there's a part of me that's like, hey, can you make him buy it? I mean, he always intended to sell it, Like, that was always his intent. But, but I'd like to just see him, be like, you know what, I'm just going to walk in, fire all these people, and let's get to work. Like, I feel like he could adapt to that. But yeah, no, Twitter's the free coffee shop, and it cannot work without some shenaniganery. There's no magic behind Twitter's advertising or algorithm, because Twitter's advertising is shit. It barely makes them money. It's not enough to cover it.
The websites of the world are getting worse.
Well, yeah,
and to top it all off,
but when the government grants monopolies to these websites by bankrolling them, things get aggregated at the top. Google's buying all the websites, as they have been. And whether or not the government does the back end of their servers, there's still the $10 billion AWS contract. There's just there's so much federal contractor money going to these companies as well. How can you compete? You want to make Ask Jeeves the search engine? Not going to work. You kidding me? Yeah. No, it's unfortunate market interference has fucked this up beyond recognition, and yeah, we're kind of boned.
It will get worse before things get better, Ghost.
That is the truth, 100%. It will get worse before it gets better.
Yeah.
But
well,
we're in the hard times that weak men made, so hopefully our children and our grandchildren will live in good times.
Yeah, I haven't been able to do regular stuff on the old KS because of all the drama and stuff. But maybe
a lot of it.
Yeah.
Are you going to Ralph-mania?
I don't know. I think I'm probably not. I don't know. I'm not one for going to in real life events that often. I'm not really much of a party person.
Basically, for me, it's like if it was near LA, I still don't even know if I'd go. But it's on the other side of the country. I'm not taking days off at a flight to watch amateur wrestling. I don't even like pro wrestling. Why would I watch amateur wrestling?
Right. I have thought about maybe just reaching out to all and just say, I have a couple bonus episode ideas. One on explaining Ukraine conflict, and actually one later in the line. I'm gonna do maybe one on Francisco Franco.
Yeah, you're very well read on Franco. You do really interesting talk on that.
Yeah. Francisco Franco Bahamade. His real long name is absurdly long because Spanish names would include the titles of the families of nobility. It's a work, but it's just, I think I think Franco was the most successful counter-revolutionary leader of the 20th century. And there was a good quote I remember. I think someone said friars, those states, countries that, the leaders who claimed to be Catholic did various stuff. Hitler did not claim to be one, and his country was destroyed. Mussolini sort of half believed it, and only half of his country was destroyed. Franco believed in total, and he saved his country. That's an interesting way to look about people's convictions and stuff. I do generally find very much to like, and I understand why he's not well liked that much in Spain.
Well, I don't recall Franco invading his neighbors either.
He didn't need to, because
I know, but I don't remember Franco taking Portugal or even Gibraltar.
No, he couldn't. Well, he couldn't because his country the Civil War hurt his country, and he had to rebuild it, and a bunch of other stuff. And
well, sure. There's several leaders in history had to rebuild their country, but wise stewardship is not getting involved in foreign conflicts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's a very unique, and it's a history.
Or invading Russia in winter.
Yeah, it's kind of. I wonder what would happen if the original Susilov thesis is true. What if Stalin was planning to attack Axis forces, and instead of the other way around?
No, I think that's pretty well sourced that he was intending to attack Axis forces eventually.
What if he did?
Well, his supply lines would have gotten decimated by winter. Probably.
Yeah, but the interesting is what if he was able to do this and take Hitler by surprise? How would it would
really? Because what year did the Eastern Front? That was 44.
41.
41.
But
So it's 41. So, I mean, that was pre-D-Day. I mean, it would not have been...
yeah, but
not
it's
have been
interesting.
wise with the Western Europe in disarray. I mean, the British would have counterattacked probably at that point, but you know.
Well, I'm asking, like, how would the Great Patriotic War be seen, or how would World War if it was the Soviets that attacked all the countries, and then after the Molotov-Ribbentrop and because the Soviet Union did actually attack a bunch of countries, believe it or not, before
I think it
Operation
was
Barbarossa.
Finland, I think.
Finland, the Baltics,
Right, and they occupied a
Romania,
couple of them.
Poland, Iran. They really were. That's really, I'm reading the book Stalin's War. It just shows all the real thing. Like Ghost, I think Ernest Nolte is right. World War I or World War II were the European civil wars, or the Great European.
I don't know about that. I don't really consider Europeans that that connected as peoples.
Well, if we wanted to be really interesting, he would say if we wanted to basically say the world wars were a combination of several conflicts at once,
Yes,
then
that's true.
World War II wouldn't start in 1939. It would start in 1931.
No, World War II definitely started way before 1939. 100%. Like 36, I think is where most people say it started, right?
I'd say it was 1931 with the first Sino-Japanese War.
Yes. Yeah, Japan invading China would probably be a good starting point as well. And
then just the Soviet involvement into getting the Second War going, the Spanish Civil War being involved in that, and just a bunch of other small conflicts that led to the double attack, like
invading Poland, and then eventually trying to counter invade Germany, and then invading France after that, after they attacked.
Yeah, this book literally is the one way to do World War II revisionism without touching the big one, which is probably academic agents said is the most cancelable thing you could do in the Boomer Truth regime.
I mean, like, you can talk about the important shit, which is the tactical part of it, or the geopolitical issues of it. I mean, you can absolutely do that. But yeah,
but like the certain thing that involves a lot of math, let's just say, you're not allowed to talk about. Or
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't advise it.
No, not until now. This current war in Ukraine might cause that. It might make that revisionism of that certain subject a little bit more acceptable.
Considering the Holodomor?
Well, the other H1.
Oh yes, the other one. Yeah, I mean, it's history, and I accept whatever the currently agreed upon number is. That's my official position. My position on it is the same as my position on the age of consent. Whatever the officially agreed upon position of the age of consent, that's my opinion. If it's 18, fine. When it becomes 21, fine. That's my opinion then. And then when it's 25, that'll be my opinion then too.
Right. Oh, well, I've run out of things to say. I think we gotta go head to bed.
Well, you have yourself a good night, and your Substack again. What is your Substack? It's
I have it. I posted it into the Discord a while ago. It's like Memory Eternalness.
Yes, Memory Eternalist on Substack. You can find Yellow Lantern there if you'd like to read more of his writings. I want
to do one on the what's a good topic? On Spanish Civil War, or just the politics of memory. I just kind of compare and contrast. How did they deal with the Spanish Civil War and memory and stuff? And how did political memory be weaponized there and compare it to the U.S. situation?
Well, the American Civil War?
Yeah. What are the differences? What are some of the differences and how the conflict started versus the memory of how the memory of it's been treated, and it's an interesting case. That might be my next topic.
Well, one interesting comparison point, right? The Civil War in the U.S., more of a there were political aspects of it, but more of a regional conflict, right? Differing interests of different regions, while Spanish Civil War was like ideology based more so, right?
You could say there was multiple civil wars that happened within on
Be-
the
well,
Republican side.
right, and well, obviously, the American Civil War, argument of federalism versus, states' rights. Obviously, that hey, we have the right to
Centralism.
secede. No, you don't. We have the right to secede, and Lincoln said, no, you don't, and did a whole bunch of
Yeah.
authoritarian, autocratic
Well,
measures to ensure that they didn't.
yeah. Well, the Spanish was more of like it was the fourth of the major civil wars that happened on the Iberian Peninsula and the most destructive, obviously. And it was actually a military coup that turned into a civil war in perception that the Second Spanish Republic was imploding and that each side was basically ready to just tear the other one apart. It was even probably even more polarized than 1860.
Yeah, and also not helping them was the proximity to other countries that would interfere much more easily.
Hmm. All right, well, that could be my new topic.
All right, man.
Uh,
Well,
uh,
thanks for popping by. Thanks for gabbing with me for a bit.
yeah, I'll see what because I took a break for a very long time and I just reassessed all my stuff and I just wondering, this is just a hobby of mine. This isn't like writings, appearing on streams or shows. I'm not really gonna make a career out of that. It's just a side hobby.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hobby for me too. Yeah.
Hmm.
I have a nice six-figure salary job that I do, during the week. Okay, I like it. This
Right.
is what I do for fun.
All right. Good night, Ghost.
You have a great night, Yellow Lantern. Thanks for coming.
You're welcome.
All right, the ever talented and interesting Yellow Lantern still writing on his Substack at Memory Eternalist. Me, I'm gonna fire up Cult of the Lamb and put away the chairs, and we're gonna take a quick little break to get a drink, and then we'll be back. So just give me a moment. Put up the loading screen after I take down the sign, and then I'll be right back. All right. Controller on. Swap over to Cult of the Lamb. Let's go fire the game up and see how it works. Wait, there's an update? Maybe it'll fix my character naming. Hopefully. Massive monster games. Goody, my controller's working. We've defeated one heretic. Oh, shit, he left. Fuck. Patch that. Oh, that's not good. Want me to send Basu on a mission? Alright, why not? Basu, my child. Ah, sweet. You can see what the risk is. Oh. Better come back. Gotta consecrate some resources. You're re-educated, right? He liked the meat, bruh. Tasty fish and pungent fish. Question is, which ritual? Oh wait, shit, the game's not even showing, right? Oh no, it is, good. The game is showing. A feast would be nice. But what I need is to not lose this next mission. Sorry, bud. You're being saved. Oh, come on. Why fist? Ah, tarot card time. Yes! Okay, maybe we can do this. Oh my gosh. You kidding? Oh. Holy shit, that's awesome. Ooh, sweet. Take some gold coins. Alright, what are we getting? Well, we just lost facts, unfortunately. Ah, shit, I gotta fight these guys. Oh my gosh! Oh, jeez. It's got wrecked. Not gonna be good what's about to happen. Oh, cute. Hearts for cards. I'll go regular. Oh, the range on it's not terrible. Let's see, which one of these is the tarot card? Shit. Ah! I just healed! More command stones. I think my Colt's about to get a catastrophic wake-up call in a sec. Oh. Yes, Hanzo Rage. Oh, well shit, that was easy. Oh, I just done that right away. Fuck. Sure, why not? Terrible. Nice. Oh, fuck, really? Explosive projectile. Sure, why not? Leafy lantern. Overgrown stand for lantern. See what's down here. Okay, I think I finally understood what I'm missing out of these gauntlets. You know, here's the hard part. I have poison. I have all the shit bells and whistles. Can probably do it. Only slain foes. A Maelstrom X. It's a fun one. But I only have 2 health. But I gotta do it. Fuck it, we're going. Make your peace, creature. You will not be leaving this temple. Oh, I plan to. Ah, fucking tongue. Always the tongue. People are gonna be pissed. Should've just run back. Alright, I'm gonna eat up. New crown. Possessions. All culinarians gain devotee trait, gain more faith when delivering a sermon. Sure, why not? Well, no, sermon will be better. But I had that before. You. We'll fix him. Titan. Aww. I give you my blessing, chat. Siren! How you doing this morning, Siren? Boss who came back. Sweet. Nice. He tired, though. Economy and gratefully. Alright, sweet. Problem solved. Make our offering statue. Alright. Toilet's no longer clogged. Excuse me. You, welcome. You know what? Call this one Siren. Question is, what would Siren be? It will be not a cat. There we go. Germaphobe. Welcome to the cult, Siren. You chop trees. Be feeding them. You! Time for your re-education. Welcome back to the cult. Ah, I need gold. Yes, new divine inspiration. Ah. Work and pray 20% faster. Let's bring a friend, right? I need wood for that. Then I need gold for this one. Hey, Geeky. The knowledge has been cast from the cult, now seek the place. Sure, why not? Like an old guy. You will be Dell. Welcome, Dell. So when they get old, they can't work. Fascinating. I have accomplished your goal, Geeky. Alright, sermon time. My whole flock is here. Excellent. Yes! Yes! That will work, Nick. Whoa! 3 wood planks. Let's go. Alright. See what we can do this time. Vampiric Axe. Oh, right away. Drop 2x more fervor. Damn it, short goal. I'll come back. What do we got? Yes. Wait, can I offer again? Nah, it's recharging. What? Surprised that didn't flinch him. Food, eh? Kinda need wood. Alright, let's be a fighting one. Man. There we go. Ooh, a card. I guess we got the telescope. Karn has reached old age. Vampiric Sword 7. Yes! Man, the vampirism odds are way too low. Alright, what guy is in the question mark room? Oh. Oh shit, 1.5. Oh my gosh! Fucking terrible. I really don't like the vampiric sword. Oh my gosh, it's so bad. How do I unlearn that ability? Everyone get over here, it's sermon time. Let's see, zealous. No, it's more fervor. New doctrine. All's fair in love and war. Oh? Sure. I can marry multiple, right? Karn, you're old. Nice. New divine inspiration. More planks. New demonic circle. I need 4 gold for this one. Jeez. New quarry. Everyone misses Basu. Is there a way to bring them back? What? Basu's alive! The fuck? I am so confused. Berry bowls, pumpkin soup. Alright, to the Spore Grotto. What? Have some mushrooms. Everyone's taking shrooms. Huh. Yes! Holy Talisman. Alright, cool. Perform the brainwashing ritual. I feel like I shouldn't. Damage dealt increases after each kill, but resets when hit. 100% of items will be lost. Oof. But none can be drawn after the start. Huh. Sure, why not? Sweet. I need literally one more of those. Ah. Huh. Convert him to a demon. Man, I hope that's good. Oh, sweet. Ugh. Ah! We'll go this way. Increase the loyalty of...
Oh.
I'll be right back. Yo, what's up, Grimy Reaper? Ghost had stepped away to get himself some tea, but I am playing Cult of the Lamb right now. I'm liking it. What I'm not liking is I keep getting daggers that I don't want. Friggin' vampiric daggers, no less. So hopefully one of these guys get... Uh-oh. You hunger muchly. Have this one on the house. Oh, sure. Yeah, let's get you out of there, buddy. Welcome to the cult. Tiny, pathetic creatures. Maybe I keep this one. I grow one. You will not. That guy's eating all of them. Well, shit, that worked. I do like the ice blade. It's pretty good. Easy enough. Well, that worked. Ah! Oh my gosh, those things are such bullshit. Alright, we unlocked a new building. We're at full health. Fuck it, we're doing it. Alright, Hackett, let's do this. Ah. Oh, please tell me he doesn't leave until I kill this thing. Ah! Yes! Oh, fuck you, Hackett. I have the power! Another heart. Brick flooring, eh? I bet I have to fight the ancient one. Oh no, did someone die while I was out? Fuck. Did it under 10 minutes. Fuck daggers. Arrogance is always destined to be our undoing. Your merciless crusade against the old faith warms my cold, unbeating heart. I got you, boss. The shepherd shall make a way in the wilderness, rivers in the desert, and light in the dark. What's up, bros? Dell died of old age? Really? Damn it, Dell. Everyone get over here for a sermon before it's nighttime. A crown. Who we resurrect? Man, walk. Come back to us. Food of the predator or prey? No negative faith when a follower eats a meal made from grass. Shit, that's strong. Yeah, sorry, we're not. We're not eating our other followers. Make a blue art with that. Such a good ability. Any other rituals? Alms time. Yo, what's up, Basu? Alright, take my money, you ungrateful shits. I'm just playing some more Cult of the Lamb right now. What the fuck is this game? This is Cult of the Lamb. Why are you dead? Dell, why'd you die? Alright. Come on, Dell. Time to bury you. Well, to answer your question, Basu, this is a roguelike kind of like village building game. Where you go and fight monsters, and afterwards, you build up a cute little village. Oh, fucking A. Alright, that's it. That's it. Fucking... You. Directly to jail. I'm gonna re-educate you on this. Poor bastards need to eat, damn it. I'd recommend this game though, Basu. It's fun. It is! It's called Cult of the Lamb. I'm running a little cult right now. A cult of cute little animals, of course. You, be blessed. Geeky. Take my bribe. Old man. Have a bribe. Yes. Oh? Thank you. Everyone stop vomiting over here. Shit. You were popping off yesterday. You got 10 kills? Nice. Who are you playing? What weapons were you using, Bossy? Watson? Holy shit. Did you at least win? please spare you. Alright, who are you gonna be? You'll be fed. Nice! You were using a car and a Spitfire. Very nice. Fed will be... No, we're not making him a rat. You got 500 points? My win, I got 445 points from. He likes poop. Very nice, bossy. How about this? There's nothing to build, great leader. I know. Oh, shit. Clean away it. There we go. Make some pumpkin soup and eat it. Straight to jail, Manwa. TLDR, yesterday was fun? Hell yeah. My loyal subjects! Wahaha! Might of the Devout. Alright, I grew even stronger. Oh, Lord of the Rings yesterday was fun. Look at it again and compare it with Rings of Power. It's gonna be shit. Yeah, no doubt about that. Man, yeah, no, I'm kind of dreading it, you know, because this is like, oh, it looks so bad. What were they thinking? Even though that's, the crazy thing about that boss is that's 20-year-old CGI and special effects, and it still looks great. Alright, I just got high with all my followers. Eh? Maybe my followers will actually enjoy Rings of Power now that they're all high. Oh no! Karn, no! Fuck. Damn you, Karn. Why are you so old? Rippin' pepperoni, bro. Oh, dude, you need to be re-educated. Damn it. Oh yeah, boss, dude, this is you. I made you monkey. So Kuya becomes that. See what boss it becomes. Automatically collects dropped fervor. That's not terrible. More explosion damage. Gain more fervor. We'll take Kuya. Nah, we're not gonna take Kuya. We'll take Geeky this time. Oh, I can summon 2 demons now. Very cool. Very based. Alright, Titan, you're coming with me. Oh yeah, and let's send off... boss is pretty good. Cool it with the racist remarks. You'll be fine. Basu, you're gonna bring me back some lumber. Don't die. Oh no, I sent Kuya. Oh well, don't die, Kuya. Thank you for the not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 body bags! Thank you. Alright, let's go fishing real quick. You wanna know a sad thing I discovered today, Basu? The Catalina Casino has never been an actual gambling casino. Makes me sad. I would love to take the Catalina Express out there and gamble there, but no. It's never even been a casino. But it's called a casino. So, in California, in the southern part of California, there's an island called Catalina. It's like... I don't know. It's like 5-10 miles off the coast, I guess. And, you know, you can take like a... It's about... You take like a motorboat, you're there in like an hour or so. Or 20, probably 30 minutes really if you take a motorboat. You can sail there in a couple hours too. But it's a pretty big island. It's mostly been like a military base. It has one big city there. But it's kind of like a vacation spot. Kind of a vacation spot for, you know, people that live here. And the city of Avalon has this giant casino building. It's beautiful, massive building that the guy who built Wrigley Baseball Field in Chicago built. Now, apparently, it's only a casino because casino means basically like just event place. But, and you know, because gaming has been illegal there ever since, you know, California acquired Catalina. But I'm just so disappointed. It's just this really cool fucking building. It'd be pretty baller to like gamble in there. I'm sad. Long story short, I'm sad. Alright, Finky. I'll bet you 15 gold coins I can beat you at dice. This game is pretty comical, Bossu. Yeah, it's like an event placeholder. It's literally like a gathering hall. It's a really cool building. Oh. I just feel so cheated when it's like, it's a casino. No, it's not. Oh, shit. Killing me, game. Yes! Fuck, that was close. Thank you, Flanky. Oh yeah, it's just an event holder place. Heck, my grandmother once presented some of her art there too. Unfortunately, her artistic talent was not genetic. Everyone stop vomiting over here, damn it. Oh, Yuri, what do you got for me? Sermon time. All right, loyal peons. New doctrine. Everyday action or grand everlasting moments. Build all structure. Ooh. Damn. Those are all pretty good, but we'll go for the ritual of enlightenment. Alright, cool. We cool? Everyone back to work. You! Re-education time. Mountain walk is not descending. Get out! I brought you back to life. Alright, peons. Eat while I go conquer the next area. Sorry, bud. Kind of bone. Unless... to anchor deep! I can open both of them, sweet. Oh yeah, boss here. We're gonna do Zomboid tomorrow. Well, that is the plan. Oh, hell yeah. An extra diseased heart, double health healing, and a projectile. Okay, I can work with this. Enter in the lands of Bishop Kalamar. Those who do not follow the ways of the old faith will be destroyed. You'll join as soon as possible when you wake up? Based. Oh, shit. Holy fucking wind up on this. Jeez. What's up, Grimy Reaper? How you doing? Leafy flower sculpture. How do I like the game? I like it a lot. It reminds me a lot of Hades. Civilization building is cool and fun. Very kind of like a twisted Animal Crossing. I think it does that well. But I think they did a good job on the game. There's a lot more to it. The roguelike fighting in it, it's okay. But overall, I'd recommend it. If you enjoyed anything like Hades, you should definitely play this. Fuck. You love playing Hades? Then I think you'll really enjoy this game. It's twisted, it's dark, and it's fun. It reminds me a lot of the South Park Critter Christmas episode. Beetroot. You pre-ordered this on PlayStation? Nice. How have you been enjoying it? Or is it not out on PlayStation yet? Dude. Good question mark. It came out the same day everywhere. Oh, then how are you enjoying it? Bonds of familial duty turned instead to chains. Most voracious of appetites curbed and contained. Most infectious of ideas cut off and cauterized. For a given chance to rot and spread. Cruel virally. Alas, what other recourse was given? How does one kill death? One cannot. I just have to become death, destroyer of worlds. Whoa, who are you? Rad 2. Without using curses, I shall gift you a gift. Okay. No pressing triangle this time. But you called mine the Cult of Hope, but you're giving them everything but hope. Ah. I'm the cult of the ghost, because I am the ghost. You have sent many vessels like you. One after the other, they all fall. You have gotten further than most, granted. I shall enjoy watching your cult rot from the inside. A disease upon them. Ah, shit. Bossu, no! I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark. Fuck. He'll pay for attacking my friends. Oh, one shot. Also, Bossu, what are your thoughts on the game Hunt Showdown? Did I pre-order? Yes. Yes, I did. I pre-ordered it and I bought it for my artist, too. Why aren't you just something? You've completed the challenge. What should you get? I think this is a decent reward. Bane Hammer. Whoa. Stained glass, eh? Salios. You think you saw that game before? It looks fun. Don't worry, friend. You'll join me. You're hunting a ghost, I think. I think so. Honestly, lumber. It's boring, but like 4 players. No, I think it's kind of like a Tarkov kind of game, where you're like a bunch of hunters trying to hunt like a horror movie villain, and then bring the bounty out without getting shot. It's like Old Westy kind of. Weird West seems to be the theme. I had so much health for that boss fight. You would love to see what the update's gonna be? Yeah, I'm really curious what they're gonna update this with. I have an idea. Back to the cult. Heretics defeated. Boss it up! Broken. I'll have to sleep on the floor. What? No, Basu. Hold on. Go to your damn bed. Leader, I have returned safely from my mission. You're a saint, Winston. You. Go to sleep. Loyalty! Go lie down. Yo, Geeky, go to sleep. Alright, what's my divine inspiration? Brand shelter. Refinery 2. What does this do? Ooh, look at the farm and deposit. Oof, I need a lot of that. I don't even know if I need the farm anymore. Jeez. Clean the poop out of the bathroom. Titan, you're going on a quest. Not return without stone. Alright, let's see what we can do with the crown. We have new dogma to preach. Peace and rest or glory and labor? Your followers will not work that day and gain 80 faith. Oh shit. We're gonna do that. That sounds good. No, you know what? They need to work. Fuck it. Sermon time. Hear ye, hear ye. I come preaching the word. For I am he. Almost there. I could sacrifice one of them. I'll spare ye. Hello? Game? What's going on? Hello? Is it because it's nighttime? Hold on. Let's see what form we have for you. Like Sonic the Hedgehog? Oh, I know. It'll be Abby. Because she's got antlers. Tip top, cheerio. Man, if I had a lion, I would already have Richard here, but I don't. Hey, you! Fucker tried to steal my pumpkin. Day 34. Let's see, what do I need for that Farming 2 station? It be sermon time, boys. Oh, sweet. Free money! Alright, let's go clean out the outhouse. Oh shit. Stop dying, Basu! You're gonna turn to dust soon? No, Basu, you're gonna be okay. You're gonna make it, man. You're gonna make it. I promise, you're gonna make it, man. I mean, I hope. But you're definitely gonna make it. I've summoned the daemons. Oh, hello. I'm not gonna make it. Ah! He's gonna make it. I hope. You bring me lumber. And you bring me bones. I am the bone of my bone. It's very sad, Basu. Oh? Enemies have a chance to drop fish, damage everything on screen, increased chance to spawn better chests, and Death's Door. Oof. Vampiric Sword X. Oh shit, really? What do I do with these crystal shards? Oh shit, those guys just explode on each other? Nice. Did I see the Sumera trailer? I saw that it was out, but I have not watched it. Clunko and Bob. Hello, wee lamb. Fancy seeing you somewhere dangerous like this. I'm Clunko. This is Bob. We're off to our friend Ratau's for a night of drinking and dicing. It's going to be quite the party. Ratau and the others know me for going overboard with betting. Last time I bet and lost my hand. Holy shit. Talk about overplaying your hand. Ha ha ha. It was hilarious. I'll win it back though. Hey, you should come. You seem tough, rich, and fond of risk. Perfect for knucklebones. A crystal rock. Honestly, the environments in this game just look good. The art style is excellent. The art. Oh no! Noon died of old age! What the fuck is this? Who the fuck was that? It wasn't just me that saw that, right, Basu? You're 100% gonna save for Kusanali? She good? There's a poop room. No details yet? Give me a follower. What the hell's that? You want her for aesthetic. FBI, open up! No, I'm just kidding. Holy shit, that exploding dude is awesome. Oh, wait a minute, Basu, no! Oh, no, no, no! No! Oh, no, no. Oh, please don't make me sick. Your friend Ratau is the last vessel sent against us, the sniveling coward, and there were countless before him, all equally pathetic and unworthy. Nothing humbles quite like a disease. I cast a plague upon my cold shit. I hate this guy so much. Although, funny enough, Basu, Iris of HoloLive retweeted a tweet of like a younger Mori Calliope of someone calling it well, that word Eope, And it was just like, no, wait a minute, Iris, no. Iris, no. That's gonna definitely probably be a regrettable tweet someday. For the internet outrage mob is not gonna go over well. Alright, to the next room. This explodey buddy is awesome, by the way. Go to the rock room. Bang, bang. Noise. Why do you go to sleep? Noise. Ah. Hello there, Haborum. Oh, fuck me. So bad. Should have kept the sword. They're like one away from getting out of there. And they're not even brainwashed anymore. Fuck. Everyone get in here. You're all sick. Oh shit, these are the only non-sick ones. Curse of the Beguiler. More Dogma. Talk about Law and Order. Ugh. Sure, why not? Have some freedom, you. Holy shit, that's a lot of poop. You guys got any of it in there? Go here. Right, Noon died. All right. That, got that, got the poop, gold. All right, urine is healthy. Oh no, Kuya, don't die. Gross. Oh, he's gonna vomit again? No! Bruh! Now he has to poop. Wait, it's just pooping and vomiting? Oh shit, it's diarrhea. Oh, I don't have enough of those flowers, do I? Shit, I'm so close, too. Why touch grass when you can eat grass? Oh, that's right. We got a new opponent for Knuckle Dice. The Lonely Shack, which is becoming less lonely, but... Alright, let's have a match, buddy. Let me just use the bathroom real quick. He got a 5. What? Yeah. Yuck. Holy shit. Dice, why are you betraying me? Absolute betrayal. Well, that was fortunate. And I shall trade you a 2 for a 2. Nice! Oh yeah. Not bad. Take this. I try to win it back, but I don't think I can lose another hand. What does he get? Receive 5 fervor when hit. It's not that great. Alright, let's make it interesting. Fuck. Oh, come on. Damn it. Cleared his 5. Clears my 5. Clears 4. Clear another one of his 5s. Damn. Clear his 6. No, my 1s. Ow. No 5 for you. That's a risky move, but it worked. Ah! Ah! Well, my 5s are secured at least. Boom! 45 right there. That might have sealed it. Ooh. Fuck. Literally rolled it on the last turn, you bastard. Such bullshit. Ah, is everyone feeling better here? Alright, everyone, sermon time. Everyone who's healthy, I guess. Hey, they pooped in the temple. What the fuck, bro? Yes. Oh, you're back. I have returned safe from my mission. Cheers. Alright, who are we bringing? That explosive guy we're definitely bringing. Bang, bang, bang. Sorry, man. I don't need you. Alright, on to Seal 3. Shit, I forgot to take that ability, huh? Traitor's Razor? Alright, we'll see how it goes. Ah! Oh, come on. Those floaty dudes look like Rick and Morty dudes. Alright, where are we going first? Crown powers. Hell yeah. I'll keep him. I got you, buddy. Get out of here. Disgusting spider monster. Nice. Ow. Bring crystals to the lighthouse keeper. Oh shit, we have enough crystals for him. Oh, good, a red heart. Ah! Oh, come on. Oh, fucking A. Oh my god. So much frickin' damage. Hammer. Fuck it. Going hammer. Tempting as that would be. Ray, your possessions will follow you through death. Oh, sweet. Now if I can just make it through this floor. Alright, we got that heart that we needed so badly. Nice! Oh shit. Nice. Alright, on to the boss. Aberrant. They're all squids. Nice! Hammer's not so bad. Alright, you. Come with me. Small gift, follower form, or stone. Ooh! Back to the cult. Many non-believers were cleansed. Cured all of our disease? Shit. Mal walked gravely ill. Can I put him here? Oh, it's instant too. Sweet. Okay, flowers are really important. Shit. Get some bed rest. You, go to bed. You, go to bed. Titan, no! Oh, he's old. Oh. Others have been cast and they're cold. Sure, why not? We'll hire him. Alright, sermon time. Oh no, probably a couple more runs and I'll call it for a night. Drain the offering box, you idiots. Build Farmer Station 2. Have all that, have all that. What mode am I on? One below the hardest. Oh yeah. Yuri, bring the explosives. Follow that. Geeky, bring the projectiles. We've got a ritual to perform. Who are we resurrecting? I demand you return, Khan! Wait, why can't I return him? Eh?
Shalom.
Ugh. This again. Every time you do this before night.
Shalom.
You shall be. Call you Hotaru. Alright, do we have like a cat, I guess? That's a bear. Cat. Black and white. Kind of smug looking. Welcome. Welcome to the cult, buddy. You. Spare you? Probably. You will be. Whom will you be? Bendy. Ben will be. He'll be a creepy monster. Damn it. TV's Will Heron? Oh, I'll make the old guy TV's Will Heron. We may sacrifice him. I haven't decided. Now he's a news reporter, so they'll make him a bee. A busy bee. Welcome to the cult. Here's your shit. There are not enough beds. Yeah, I know there's not enough beds. I'm working on it. Alright, you. We're burying you. Let me perform the ritual. Give me Karn back.
You're alive!
Alright, everyone go back to sleep. Oh, you're back. Holy shit. Wood? Yeah, seriously, he needs to go to sleep. What good rituals do we have? We could sacrifice one of them. But we'll do a feast instead. Everybody, I provide a wonderful, bountiful feast. Feast to your heart's content. Sermon time. Booyah! Curse of the Beguiler. Alright, that's good. Thank you. Alright, everyone, thank you. Food, yes, food. A magnificent mixed meal. Clean up this mess. Alright, so... lighthouse. I need to go lighthouse first. Because I have the crystals. Oh, and I bet when I upgrade the lighthouse, better fish show up. Here's our offering. Ah, an axolotl. Sweet. Fisherman there, some off about him. It's almost as if he were a no. That would be ridiculous. Oh. Have a crab. There's one. More octopi. Salmon. More salmon. Nice, comfy fishing. Is that a hedgehog? Give me your trees! And rocks. Harvest bonus, 20% more damage during day. Oh shit, no, he tired. You, on the other hand. Bring me back bones. You. Alright, Gushin, go get lumber. Alright, let's get that third seal, and we'll probably call it after this. Oh. Telescope, Fervor's Harvest, Death's Door, Hands of Rage. Ooh, 5-second cooldown on Hands of Rage. Oh, fuck, it's a dagger. Oh? Have an offering. Attached to the beast desires gold. Oh! Nice. Wow. He's not happy I'm taking these. Here, give some back. The given gold was stolen. The statue is angry. Fuck! He knew I stole it from him. Oh, divine inspiration, sweet. How did he know I robbed him, Bossy? It's outrageous. Just because I took things from him right before his eyes. He shouldn't have known. Gotta level up my sneak? You're right. Gotta make it so I can just stealth archer them to death. Skull necklace, nice. Holy shit, this is a long one. Double coins. Alright, we'll work our way towards that. Oh, Ratu. Ah, take no damage. Ah, I'm gonna suck, especially with a stupid dagger. Wow, one hit there. Oh, hello. Want a closer look at the finest antiquities and lands of the old faith? Limbo's open for business. Legally acquired goods. Alright, cool. I don't know what Plimbo's gonna sell me, but I'm down. Smuggler's Sanctuary. Fuck that! Flame shot 11. That was easy. If I hadn't had that first room, I would have been golden. Uh-oh. Seems you cannot be stopped by disease or hunger, and he sends you back from death stronger each time. Please know it's not my idea to cast out the Red Crown. The other bishops my siblings. The blame lies with them. Please, spare me. Kill Shimura, but do not send me to death. Do not send me to him. You will not find my temple. I will be safe there. Yes, I will be safe. Sorry, bro. You plagued my people. No one plagues my people and gets away with it. Crystal lamp, nice. Acquired. All right, free food. Lots of cauliflower, jeez. All right, before I go to this next room, let me use the bathroom. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, let's do this. Holy fuck. Sweet. Well, that worked out. Shit. Nice. Fuck! Got that hit off before I could stop him. Ah! New divine inspiration. Sweet. Fortunately, I've only got 2 hearts. I might be able to do this. Balls above. Nice! Popped! Alright, I'll save you, buddy. Don't worry. Cauliflower seeds. Yes, we'll take those. Take me back to the cult. Jeez, I got 155 dudes there? Hold on, everybody. Sermon time! I know it's late. I have the power! Alright, let's max out Law and Order. Loyalty Enforcer. Perform each tell which you appoint a follower as your loyalty enforcer, tasked with patrolling the cult and raising loyalty. You appoint a follower as your tax enforcer. Yeah, we're definitely beating the loyalty enforcer. Nice. I guess we should pick a wife. Really hope that I can choose multiple. Yeah, we'll go with Urina. If I have to. Aww. Better not get old. Congratulations on marriage. Everyone enjoyed the wedding. You've raised the faith of the cult. You can marry as many followers as you like. It's your cult, after all. However, your spouses will become increasingly jealous every time you remarry. Lovers 2. Ooh! 2 spirit hearts. I don't think I really need to do brain control. Why are they all stuck?
Alla kampanjana, shalom.
Please spare me. Who's this one gonna be? Oh, fucking hell. Why does it do this? Seriously, you think they would have sorted this issue out? You.
Dalam ka ng bayad.
You'll be Richard. They're a lion. Maybe he's just an otter. We'll make Richard the axolotl. Wait, it's gullible. You tend to available farm plants. Not enough beds. Alright, divine inspiration. Oh wow, reduce ritual cooldowns by that? Yes. Basic decorations. What does this do? Prevents birds from stealing seeds. Refinery 2. Oh yeah. Guys could probably eat. Alright, Ben, we're gonna gift you an important thing. Moon necklace. Irina, we're gonna gift you.
Dalam ka na bayan.
Ah, damn it. Cherry cauliflower chowder. More power! More of those. Pick those. Everyone stop vomiting! Shit! You. Actually, no. No, damn it. Siren heal here. And then Fed. I don't have enough of those flowers. Alright, Fed, go to bed. I can pet him! Oh! I pet the doggo! You can pet the doggo in this game. That's awesome, Bossy. Hear ye! I have a new summon! Excellent. New ritual? Oh yeah, who are you appointing loyalty enforcer? Huya will do it. What? Basu, you're a loyalty enforcer. Excellent. Very based. Money! Excellent. Kiki, you're so old now. Be inspired. More! Ah! More! I require additional beds. So I need 5 of those processed, eh? Five coins, nice. Ah, they're currently on missions. Bring wife. Bring explosives. Nope. Summon the demons inside. Oh, just one more divine inspiration for the road. Have enough beds for followers. There we go. We is inspired. Cult 4. Ah, new divine inspiration. Very cool, Totem. Talk to me, Karn. Sweep it up. Alright, folks. Thank you all for tuning in. Another episode of Coast to Ghost in the books. Thank you so much, Yellow Lantern and Geeky, for hanging out. Mountain Walk slept all day, so he missed out. But we will continue playing Cult of Lamb probably Sunday night, maybe before Gloomhaven. Tomorrow night, or Saturday night, will be Project Zomboid with the boys. We're going to be continuing our post-zombie apocalypse survival there. So, without further ado, I'm going to leave you all with some wise words, and I am going to get to sleep.
みんな、夜はもう遅いから、良い子はゆっくり寝てくださいね。Good kids should go to sleep now. Good night, motherfucker!